All right. Call the budget meeting, finance and budget meeting to order. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Member Auerbach? Present. Member Rader?
Present.
Chair Melodio?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Okay. We're going to start with a discussion of the CIP program, and I wonder, there's 3 new people. Well, of course, Natalie's not here, but Sheila, do you think we should go over the criteria, or it's kind of self-explanatory, but what do you?
We can go over the criteria if you want to.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah, just to get it.
starting point, and then I think we need to kind of discuss organizationally what we can do in an hour and a half. Because historically, as you know, we have gone project by project, and you have ranked every project.
Yes.
However, I don't think in an hour and a half we'll be able to accomplish that. So what I was thinking is that we talked about all of the different projects and the merits of the projects, and then you can take that home and rank it individually. We're here for all 3 hours, but I want to make sure that Amy, that has to leave, walks out of here with sufficient knowledge and understanding of what the projects are about, so she can do her own ranking, and and we can kind of like work through that. So.
Okay, or we can just go through the projects, like you say, the importance of the projects, and do as much of the ranking here as we can.
Yeah.
And if I may comment, I'm pretty familiar with a lot of this stuff just because I've been around, but I read this document for sure.
Okay. Sheila, why don't you just hit the highlights on the criteria?
Okay. So in order to evaluate capital projects, we give you a list of the potential projects with a description, and then we allow you to determine where you want them to fall. We also give you how we plan on funding each of the projects, also whether it will come from our general operating fund, the building fund, or whether we'll receive a grant for it. So we have a list of criteria, whether it meets the definition of our public health and safety, does the project or purchase improve the well-being of the general public. Each of these have a weight factor. The employee health and safety has a weight factor. Does the project or purchase improve the well-being of city employees? Regulatory mandate. Is the project or purchase required by a federal, state, or other governing body? Frequent problem. Does the project show that there are frequent problems, and that in order to remediate these problems, should we complete the project for that purpose? Also, with regard to each project, do we have an ability to finance that project? We want to be able to pay for the project or the equipment. And then the overall cost of the project. What is the total cost of each project? And that can factor into the how immediate we feel the need is for that project. Also, for another project, will it generate any fees or revenue? That's a weight factor also. And we can determine if we construct this project or purchase the asset, will it help generate revenue for the city? And then on the opposite end, will it generate cost savings for the city? That also has a weight factor. Ongoing operations cost, that's another weight factor. How much is it going to cost the city on an annual basis to maintain this project and the purchase? And what is the age and condition of the existing asset that we plan on replacing or improving? The public benefit, that has a weight factor. Does this project or purchase provide any benefit to the general public? Public demand, are residents requesting the project be performed or the equipment purchased? And is there synergy with other projects? Does this purchase or project enhance or influence other city goals or projects? The city has strategic goals. Does this project or purchase meet a strategic goal of the city? The city also has a comprehensive plan. Does this project or purchase help achieve or a component of that city's comprehensive plan? All these factors go into consideration when you're weighing each of the projects. So it's quite comprehensive.
Could I ask a quick question? Just when were these guidelines put into place, and what was the process to determine the weighting? Whose input was included in the weighting?
You know, I can just tell you this.
Okay.
I was telling Sheila, Elaine, who was the former budget officer, she went to, I think it may have been a League of Cities meeting.
Okay.
And this is what she came back with.
Okay, great.
And it's really,
Awesome.
and the weights, and so it's an easy way to go through what we need to do.
Okay, great. So it
So-
would be considered sort of a best practice?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's what
Thank
it was,
you.
yeah.
So can I offer some thoughts and maybe a couple of questions on this? There's been some mention of projects that will be funded by grants. Basically free money there. I'm not even sure we should evaluate those other than to say, is this sensible or not? And if it's sensible, then do it. Take the money and do it. There are other projects in this list that may be required by a regulatory authority or something like that, you know, perhaps sewage repair, whatever it may be. Well, if it's required, once again, it seems like that needs to have a 99% weighting, if you will. And all of these other factors are not so important. And then you've got public safety issues like seawalls that are crumbling, and hold in mind, I don't really have knowledge of the status of the seawalls that are the responsibility of the city. I'm just using this as an example.
Right.
But you've got seawalls that are crumbling. There's a real safety issue there. There are other issues in terms of sea rise and things of that nature. Again, that would seem like a really high priority project where we wouldn't want to get lost in the weeds on these 30 odd weighting schemes. Okay, and so if we could go through the list of projects perhaps and identify those that sort of hit these kinds of requirements, and my colleagues may have additional suggestions that they may want to make on it, kind of get them out of the way. There's no reason for us to evaluate them on 30 criteria when there's really only one or two criteria that are going to tell us what we need to know. So that would be suggestion one. And then suggestion two is, of this list of projects, which of those are truly discretionary? Okay? And I, since this is my first year on this committee, I don't want to be a critic per se, but again, 30 weights hides a lot of stuff. You know, it diverts attention. I taught finance at the University of South Florida for 35 years. And a big part of finance is project selection. And so how do you select projects? How do you identify projects that companies or organizations should fund? And basically, you know, among other things that you do is you try to simplify. You try to focus on things that really matter. And a lot of these things are redundant here. But I could certainly see the more discretionary a project is, the more we should really get down into the weeds on it. So those are my thoughts going into this. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late.
I think, Jack, one of the things that if you look at the criteria, we do look and see if there's monies available,
Right.
even if they're, you know, very important projects, and what the cost is. if it's realistic and if it's going to come from a combination of transfer, grants, or whatever else. And that's why I think they're rated that way. So, and then I think this is just kind of a tool. And maybe, Alex, you could say that, I mean, if we had a major issue on something, and even if the ranking is whatever, and it's not, doesn't look like it's a priority, we have to jump in and we'll take care of it.
Right, and remember this board is recommending to the city commission. So, so the city commission is taking all of that into account. Clearly, your rankings are very high on the list in terms of what they take into consideration. But yeah, some of the other things. But what we'll do as we go through this morning, I will try to make sure that I let you know if there's grant money available for this, whether it is a mandated project or it is discretionary, and I'll try to hit on that so we can give you the right background on this. So are we ready to jump in then? Okay. So Ryan, could you get us the first project? So actually go to slide number 2 before slide number 1. I know it's backwards, but it'd be easier with the visual first. So about 6 months ago, well, take a few months on and off, the Southwest Little League, which have been in St. Pete Beach for a very, very long time, kind of folded together with the Madeira Little League. And as a result of that, they are only going to be using the small field at Egan Park. Okay? So while we have been looking for additional green space in the north part of town, and this change really gives us the opportunity to re-envision Egan Park. So if you're familiar with Egan Park, the south side of the park, where you currently see in this sketch some pickleball courts and some tennis courts, that is parking for the park and parking for the boat users and trailers. So on the east side of that facility where the tennis courts are is boat trailer parking. On the west side, where the pickleball courts are, is the parking for the actual park. This is an initial rendering, and our Parks Department has had some meetings with the community that creates really a racket complex in the north part of town. The existing tennis courts that are on the northwest side of the facility, one of them goes away to allow for the small field to have proper dimensions, because right now that field, it's cut off. It doesn't have the proper dimensions for the field, and the other tennis court will become a basketball court. The rest of the green areas will be left as open play field, where you can go through a frisbee, football, play soccer, whatever you want to do, and then have a reconfiguration of the parking areas on the east side of the park, and kind of improves the flow of the areas and around the boat trailer, parking operations. So this still, a little bit of work in progress, but the fundamental part of creating the racket complex on the south side can be accomplished in part by the money that we have allocated for an agreement with St. John's Church, where we're going to be doing some physical improvements to the facility, and then in return get use of the facility. Now that we have our own green space, it's better to just put our money into our own green space, but that option wasn't there before. So what we're recommending really to the commission, and they basically given us an initial go-ahead, is to reallocate the $300,000 that we had there. And then, so go back to slide number 1, Ryan, thank you. The total cost of this is $1,250,000, where we are reprogramming $300,000 from St. John's Partnership Project, leaving a balance of $950,000 for the pickleball courts, the parking, blah, 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 blah. So you'll see that we can probably do this year the pickleball courts. That's a sport that has a tremendous growth. We never seem to have enough pickleball courts, and I'm sure it'll be really welcome by the community to just add another 6 pickleball courts in the area. This project is completely discretionary. It doesn't have any grant funds available, right now. But we can really be submitting an application for FERDAP, which is the state program for recreation activities, where we can, once we have final plans adopted by the commission, then we can submit for grants from the state to help, create, better activities in the park.
Could I just ask, I think this project came up last year, and also we decided to table it only because there were so many other important things, and then there was an annual cost of about $25,000 to maintain this, the lighting and what else was it, utility costs and the grounds maintenance. I don't know what anyone else's thought on that was. But then St. John's was to come up with $300,000. And then how about liability too? These were all things we discussed.
I think you're thinking of the St. John's project.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not St. John's anymore. We're taking the money away from St. John's.
We're not doing St. John's.
Correct.
Right.
I thought they were
I'm
going to
moving it
contribute
here.
$300,000. St. John's was.
No, the city was going to
Yeah.
give the church $300,000.
No, the $300,000 they took out.
We took it out of St. John's
Right.
to put it into Egan.
Right.
Okay.
That's what we're recommending, correct.
All right.
So I guess we're looking at this. Where does this fit in the scheme of things we want to do or should do, or from a priority point of view? Obviously, pickleball is extremely popular with our residents. So, it's not up there with dealing with wastewater and stormwater, but it's something that I think we should do in a reasonable amount of time.
Since that's the first sheet for the CIP, should we go through that now? It'll be real quick.
Yep.
If you want, what do you guys think? What do you think? I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question in terms of this Excel spreadsheet that was provided with current ranking.
Right.
Okay.
So it seems like a lot of projects are already ranked, some of those
Oh,
more
yeah, they are.
serious
From
ones
last-
from last year.
last
Okay,
year.
so we could theoretically change the ranking.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's why we're here.
You have new members, and
Okay,
you might
gotcha.
not see things the same way, absolutely.
And then is there a ranking, I kind of was thinking about what Jack was saying, sort of the must-dos and the ranking, how far do we get before we run out of money? So-
What you can really do is rank the project low.
Right.
So your score will be low, so it'll be low in the totem pole.
And then regarding the Egan Park improvements specifically, do we have a sense of how much money is available from this state program if we were to apply for it? Would it cover 25% of this total or
It could-
We
80%?
don't know.
Right, so it could cover about 300,000 of the 900.
Okay, that's helpful.
About a third of that.
And the question is, if we don't use that, do we lose it?
The state money, we don't have
We don't
state
have-
money.
we don't have it
We'll be
yet.
applying for
They
that,
didn't get
right,
it yet.
If we get it.
if we get it, correct.
Is it time limited? In other words,
Usually they give you 3 years to
3 years,
complete
okay.
projects, so,
Okay.
And then would we want to do it bit by bit? Do it bit by bit, just do the pickleball courts
well,
and then save this?
my suggestion is that, given that we can do the pickleball courts within the 300,000, because the estimate for the pickleballs is 185, and we're gonna have to reconfigure some parking in another area for that. So we can probably accomplish pickleball courts in the next 6 months. And then allow more time for the grants to come in and get the rest of the park done. It's a great park. It's a nice amount of space and everything else in there. And having a good combination of things into the park, it would be really great.
So do you want to go ahead and rank this now, or do you want to do it on your own? It's up to you. I mean, it's if you look at the criteria, and you can see that it wouldn't be ranked as high. I mean, what's your pleasure?
Oh, I think we should rank them.
Okay. So, public health and safety, it's not really, we left that as a 0 unless you have objections on that?
I mean, I'm learning, but I would say from a public health perspective, it does provide that recreation and exercise opportunity for
Or
the
you could do a
residents.
1?
So what could we do? How much, like what's this?
1 to 5.
1 to
I think,
5.
Right?
So yeah, I would
5.
say the lowest
5
on
would
that
mean
one.
yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
1,
So I would say 1 for health
and
and
employee health
safety.
and safety, the city
Same,
people,
yeah.
well,
No,
I
No.
guess.
they don't use it.
It's not a regulatory mandate, so that would be
No.
0.
Right.
Frequent problems, 0. Ability to finance, this is why I have to always go back and look. So it could be a
A
1.
1, yeah.
Cost of the project. You could say a 2 or 1.
I think 2,
I think 2. It's-
Generates revenue, probably not.
No,
0.
Generates cost savings.
no,
No, there are ongoing operational costs, so you could probably at least go to 1.
yeah.
Age or condition of existing, 1.
Maybe a 3.
Hang on just a minute. The ongoing operation cost is kind of a negative, right?
Right.
Like, what? Because it will,
It's going to be a continuing hit against the budget,
yeah.
Absolutely.
as
But
opposed to revenue generation, which...
Yeah, it does have potential for revenue too, because, for example, when there are licensed coaches that the city uses, so when they're coaching racquetball or pickleball or tennis, we get a share of how much they charge for the classes.
So there is some income
So you
coming.
could
some
say a
income
1
associated
for
with that, right.
generates revenue, then maybe, okay.
But still a 0 for operating costs, right?
No, it does, because it would be probably at least a 1, because the maintenance and utility costs would be assigned against this project.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I guess this is, what does it mean to say operating costs? I view operating costs as a negative. So if there are no operating costs for a project, I would assign it a 5. That's a really good thing, that there are no operating costs.
Oh, so it should
And
be,
if there are operating costs, I would assign it
okay.
probably a 0. To me, it's just about binary.
Correct. You're 100% right.
Okay, how about age or condition of existing? I mean, we did some,
I mean, I think it's middle of the road.
so how about a 1?
It's maybe a 2 or a 3, 2.
I think
Then
3.
Then you're making the project, you're prioritizing the project, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
2.
So, okay, public benefit, maybe a 2?
Yep.
Public benefit, I would raise, I think.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I think it's a good thing. It's kind of duplicative with public health and safety, but, on the other hand, having more parks, having more access to recreation is a really good thing.
Okay, so public demand, you want to put it the same thing as a 3 then?
There is a lot of public
I would
demand
say
for pickleball
public
courts.
demand is a
There's
4.
definitely
Well,
demand.
You're
Pickleball.
pumping it up, so that,
Oh,
The other way around, yeah. So if you want to make it better,
sorry,
it's a 2 or
2.
1, right?
There's a lot of public demand, so it's a 2? Is that what we're saying?
Well, I think if there's a lot of public demand, we'd
It's a
come
3
down
go
on
up.
the side of 4 or 5, something like that. So, I mean, how well used are the existing tennis courts and the existing ball field right now? Is that ball field pretty well capacity in terms of its
But
usage?
the ball field that's going to remain gets basically just used by the league, yeah, and that's pretty much it. The other area we have in the District 1 community a lot of desire to have open play field. Yeah, so people can go and hit a soccer ball or throw a football, or having just an area where it's actually good for active, fun, but not necessarily organized sports. No, so we'll maybe set up a couple of small goals and people can use them at their discretion. But there's been a desire because District 1, contrary to the center and southern parts of the island, doesn't really have a lot of areas where people can just go and enjoy open areas.
Right.
So
So then on public demand, what do you want to put it at?
I'd put it at like a 3 or a 4.
I have a
think.
3.
At least a 3,
Okay.
yeah, works for
Now,
me.
synergy with other projects? Probably
2.
strategic goal? I don't know if that would
Yes,
be-
it does, because, I don't know, strategic goal and comprehensive plan in terms of green space, to me, this park sort of fits those
Well,
green space.
and our comp plan makes reference to having
Okay.
Activities for residents that can be engaged in activities for seniors and all of that. So
1 and 1?
How about 1 and 1 then?
So is 1 a higher ranking in this?
No, it's a lower.
Okay, I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
Okay,
all right. Alex, the next.
okay. Ryan, what do we have next? Okay, this one is a project that has been scheduled for funding in fiscal year 26. But we, over the last 3 or 4 months, have had a lot of problems maintaining the lights working at Lazarillo Park. And they basically on their last legs. So what we thought we could make this project stretch to fiscal year 26, we're now recommending that we advance this because we're spending a lot of money in maintaining that system. And every time that we do these new projects we're doing with LEDs, so electrical costs is less, and also the impact to the neighbors is less because the new lights are a lot more focused on the court than have a lot less spill into the community. So it does have community benefits. It does have operating cost savings, and both from the fact that the electrical side and the maintenance side for this court.
And this one was already rated, unless you want to change it.
Oh, let's go through. Public health, employee, health and safety, no regulatory mandate. Frequent problems, it's probably a 3.
Let's see.
We have it as a 2 now.
Yeah,
Okay.
You think it's a 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. There are no grants on this. There's no, there's no mandate, but it might become a crisis if the system completely just shuts down and we have to do it at the last minute.
It generates revenue. Does it?
raise revenue, I guess,
It
should be
could.
0. Oh, except for the tennis coaches,
Yeah,
do
it
tennis
could.
coaches
Yeah, but
do it
that's,
everywhere?
I don't think that's going to change from what we have today
Okay.
to later, because,
Okay,
Generates cost savings.
Yeah, because he's going to,
Well,
reduce maintenance.
it'll definitely
reduce
generate,
utility.
with the new lights, less electricity.
so what do you want to rate that? 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Ongoing operating costs will be less.
But we've rated it pretty low,
Yep.
so leave it as a 1.
Yeah.
Age or condition, 2.
Yep.
Public benefit, 3.
Definitely a
Demand,
public
3.
benefit.
Age and condition, didn't I hear earlier from Alex that it's on its last legs?
The lighting
The
is.
lighting.
The light.
lighting is in this last legs, yes.
So the lighting we would rate higher than a 2, I think.
What do you want to put a
3?
3?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Public benefit, 3. Public demand, 3. Synergy with other projects, 1.
1, yeah, that's about,
Strategic goal, 1.
I mean, this is a park,
Right.
it's an open area, lighting and use. I guess I would argue for pushing that up a little bit anyway, at least to a 2.
Public demand?
I would agree in terms of synergy, because we do have a lot of parks on this agenda, so I think the concept of we're making a deliberate effort to improve our parks
Two.
is sort of a synergistic
okay.
approach.
And strategic goal? Probably just a 1, I don't,
What do we do for the other park? I mean, again, green space, recreation.
1.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, the playground equipment?
Is this a safety issue if we don't
Yes,
do
for
this?
sure, for sure.
That's my thought. Public health and safety.
Oh, we're on the playground, right?
Yeah.
On the playground, yeah.
Ground
Oh,
Let's
okay.
move that to,
Okay, so
Public health and
Ryan?
safety.
what I had a 3. I mean, what do you want to put it at?
3 sounds good to me.
Yep.
Employee? Well, they have to fix it. 2.
2. Regulatory mandate,
0.
2.
2.
Two?
Well, just to keep it safe. And
Ryan, could you move this slide to the next one, please? Thank you.
So we're on playground equipment, right?
Playground equipment, correct.
Mm-hmm.
frequent problems, could be 2. I mean,
Are we having frequent problems?
well, the equipment's getting old.
I mean, Lido, I think anecdotally has a lot of complainers. I don't know if
Two.
they're coming to the city for them, but that's,
Well, it's
yeah, 2.
Ability to finance. 2,
Yeah.
Sure.
the cost of the project.
It's reasonable.
Yeah.
3, generates revenue.
It doesn't
Not
generate any
playgrounds.
revenue.
No.
0.
And cost savings.
0.
Could be cost savings,
Oh, for maintenance and repair.
yeah, maybe a 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ongoing operational costs,
1.
1. Age or condition of the existing equipment.
3.
Do you want to see the equipment? We have a slide that,
I know
I'm sure you
Lido
recall,
is closest.
Yeah, I know
It's
that.
very
you
bad.
know it? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. We have,
We know.
Oh.
So if it's very bad, let's pop that one up to like a 4.
It's
Is
It's
it
not-
very bad, or it's just
old.
routine
old.
replacement?
It's
It's
old.
old.
but some of the equipment has rust in it, which you have small children playing in it. Some of the safety surface has holes.
Oh, 4.
Yeah.
4.
So the age of existing, put a 4?
Mhm.
Okay. Public benefit,
High.
high, maybe a 4?
Sure.
Demand 4? Synergy with other projects, is that like a,
I think we put 1
One,
for all the
one, yeah.
parks, yeah.
1, 1, 1.
okay.
And I just wanted to direct you to this slide for a second, because we do have now the ability to tell how many people visit the park, which is something we never had before. So we have this app where the company tracks cell phones. So we can basically geofence the park and say how many people went to the park, assuming that everybody has at least one of this, right, on their packet when they go and visit the park.
So that's what we measure.
So that's what we measure. So, yeah, it is not an exact number, but it
But
does
it's-
gives us an ability. So, for example, Vina Del Mar has 32,000 visits a year, where Lido has 6,500, and Lazarillo's got 15,000. So,
Right.
yeah. And what I find amazing about that is that
It's more of a great.
Vina Del Mar is really tucked up in the middle of nowhere, but a lot of people, there's a lot of neighbors who use that park.
A lot of hotel staff also use Lido Park for their breaks and things like that.
Which is,
Right, okay, right.
So the funding request is identical for the 3,
Correct.
but the usage is certainly not identical.
No.
No.
Vina Del Mar has got 5 users to every one that Lido has, roughly, and 2 to 1 for Lazarillo, which we've already talked about.
Sure.
I think the population in Vina is a whole lot more than Lido. And then Lido has a lot of snowbirds.
Yeah, I mean, some of the decisions here aren't population-based, they're safety-based.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well,
And the playground really here is basically 2 to 9 years old.
Yeah.
No, so we're looking for small children playground equipment. That between the cost of the playground equipment removal and the new safety surface, we estimate about 125. So we'll put about similar equipment. The activity in the park, because it's geofencing the entire park. So in Vina Del Mar, you have a dog park, basketball, pickle, tennis, pavilion, playground. Okay, which in Lido you have pavilion, playground, that's it. And Lazarillo you have tennis, pavilion, and the playground. So
So the same amount of playground equipment at each of the 3 parks.
correct.
That's the way I
Correct.
read
That's
it,
what's
yeah.
being budgeted.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Lido doesn't have restroom facilities, which could cut down on its dwell time.
And Vino has a lot of events going on.
The lead, yeah, you know, there's a lot of birthday parties at
Okay.
Okay.
Casa
Okay.
Grill and anything else with that?
Did we go through this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The next one is the Casa Grill Park and Street Improvement.
Yeah, so if you can go to slide number 8, Ryan. Okay, so this is the latest version of and the architect has been working with the Historic Preservation Board in terms of the improvements to, we call it the park, but it really is Gulf to Bay project.
All the way.
Okay. Yeah. So if you start on the left side, we're in front of the concession area. The parking spaces in front of the concession area will be eliminated, and we'll have some green area there, and push the edge of the sidewalk to the east to make the walk across Gulfway shorter. We would also have protective areas as you start walking through the street, so that you'll see some curbing on the west side of the park that basically will accept the pedestrians coming in. When it is a very confusing intersection. There's a lot of traffic, a lot of activity going on the weekends there. There will be pavers on the street side to kind of like remind the driver that something is changing here, because there's a lot of people moving in between the beach, the parking spaces up here, going to 8th Avenue for dining or shopping. Then when you get into the actual 9 to 10, the landscaping around the north and south side of 9 and 10 on the swale area will be all refreshed with Washingtonians to match the Washingtonian look that we have on Paso Grill. And then inside the park, most of the big trees will remain. There will be some additional palm, shrubbery, pavers along the little shuffleboard court, improve, benches and lighting to the east. Then you keep going east, and there will be something similar in terms of pavers on the Paso Grill side to complete the look of this.
Okay. Now, since this was already rated, but we can make changes to it, so suggestions?
Public health and safety, a lot of people do use that, and there is a lot of traffic around there. And if this configuration will improve safety, I think it should stay a 3.
Okay.
Employee health and safety, not really. It's not a regulatory mandate. I don't know if we have frequent problems there.
Might want to stick a 2 on that one, because that is kind of a messy area.
Oh, frequent problems?
Yeah.
But remember that we did have a pedestrian fatality just south of that.
Yeah. Ability to finance?
I mean, this is basically a general budget item, right? That's
Yeah.
what-
Yeah, it's a general fund item, correct.
Yeah. No, this is a thing that's nice to do. Is it something we have to do? No. We put it off for a few years. We've talked about this. If we have the money, we should probably do it.
I agree. It's sort of like the non-commercial downtown destination of Paso Grill, versus besides the beach, obviously, but.
So what does that translate into as a number?
The ability to, The
Ability to
finance?
finance?
We had it as a 2.
I think it's probably still a 2.
Two.
Probably a 2.
I agree.
Yep.
Cost of project 2.
Yep.
It doesn't generate revenue.
No.
Cost savings, not really.
No.
I don't know why it's a 4, it's ongoing
An
operation
operation cost, is there operation cost associated with the existing configuration? I don't remember why we gave that a 4.
I don't either. I think that
4
should
seems awful high.
Yeah,
That's a real positive vote.
Yeah.
I'd give it a 1
a
maybe.
1.
because it will
Age of-
cost a lot to keep it
Yeah.
maintained and
Or
nice.
age of condition, age or condition of existing.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the one that confuses me.
I know, this
We
is,
have to think this through.
What?
I guess if the operating costs are not going to change substantially if the project's done,
Right.
then I think giving it a 4 is probably right. That's a good thing. We're
Right.
not committing the city to a significantly higher level of operating costs. That's a good thing. That's a 4.
Alex, do you agree that operating
that's
costs
the
would be
confusing
maintained,
part,
would
because
be
then it
mainly
bumps up
flat?
the-
Yeah, because the papers that you put in, once you put them in, they're going
there.
to
Okay.
they're there, and the amount of landscaping you're adding, it really doesn't
Okay.
add much operating
Four's
cost.
4 is
Still good.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
wait, and that's why we gave it a 4. All right. And age or condition of existing, we gave it a 1.
It's pretty tired, the look of the park.
If it's, yeah, but do you want to bump it up to a 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Public benefit, 2. Synergy, 1. Strategic goal, why was that a 2? Or the comp plan, 3?
Beautification.
Beautification and safety.
Yeah.
It really, the pavers on the stream ends are to make the driver much more aware that he is entering into a pedestrian zone. So
Yeah,
it
I
will
agree.
reduce the traffic there. And by pinching in the areas along Gulfway, you also create a shorter transition for people, not to have to be cutting through cars when they're going into the road, which is unfortunately one of the things that we did learn from the fatality that we had. The person was basically in between 2 trucks, not tall enough to be seen. All of a sudden, she steps into the travel lane, and then the accident happened. By removing the parking area in front of the grill, we're now creating a much more visible
Right.
opportunity for both the pedestrian and the driver.
Rather than people just suddenly appearing
Oh,
out of
this
the
is in
cars.
Paso Grill, though, not the other, okay.
And there's no more bus stop down there, right? The
No,
bus
so we're
stop's
gonna be
been
removing
removed, So that
the-
makes sense
the
to
bus.
redo it, yeah, in general. Okay, great.
So what have we changed on this one?
Let's see. Hold on. What we did is we changed frequent problems
Two.
to 2, and age or condition of existing to 2, and everything else is the same.
Okay, so we basically raised the priority ranking up a little bit
Yeah,
by those two changes.
And you kept comp plan at 3 at the end?
I don't know why it was the 3, because I didn't see why we rated, do you remember, Jerry?
No.
That's a 1.
I'd say, let's knock that down, and it's not even a strategic goal, that should be a 1 instead of a 2.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a strategic goal because it increases safety on Gulf Way and the green space, making the green space more usable, maybe?
I think that,
I mean, some of these things are so overlapping that, you know, that
Yeah.
safety strategic goal and public health and safety
Right.
measuring the same thing there.
And there's no change to the paid parking on these roads that would increase revenue, correct? Same number of
No
parking
parking
spaces? Okay.
Yeah, we are going to lose a few parking spaces right in front of the grill.
Okay.
But we can make them up farther south on Gulfway.
15th, oh,
On
okay,
around 6 and 7.
okay,
We can make those 6 spaces back.
okay.
so before, we better clarify, before we leave this item, how do you want to rank the strategic goal and comp plan? How do you want to do it?
Well, for the other parks, we did do 1 and 1, but I feel like those were way more recreation focused versus a combined focus on some safety improvement.
So you want to
I would
have
say,
strategic goal as a 2, keep it as a 2?
yeah, but then maybe comp plan could be 1.
Yeah, the comp plan
I
should
agree with
definitely be
that.
1.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, just so we have it. Okay. Ooh.
Moran Park docks. Something that we've discussed for 15 years,
Mm-hmm.
at least.
Yeah.
If we put these docks in, we're gonna have some kind of meters or some way of having people pay for the time they stay there.
Correct. And the technology is there today that wasn't there, the last time the project was evaluated, because before they were thinking that you're going to have a marina operator.
Yep.
No, today the technology is there. You put a sensor and you know that a boat has docked, and then they can pay online, and then we'll have a record that, it's been docked, it's been paid, and we don't have to send somebody over there, unless somebody docked and didn't pay. Then we can have parking enforcement go and issue a violation.
We're not doing gas, though.
Huh?
No,
We're
no,
not
we're
doing
not
any
doing-
gas or anything.
No, the environmental issues to do that is just a nightmare to do that.
Yeah, it's a
Now, part of this project resurrected when the Corey Landings project was going to be having a possible connection to receive people
Correct.
from the park here. Given the latest news, until we know what's really happening, I will say that we'll probably push this project from 25 to maybe 26 or 27 until
Yeah.
we know that, because to me, the project has 2 benefits. One is the marina operations parking area. Second one is having a connection to Corey, and that is a safer connection than crossing 75th Avenue, which it's a challenge sometimes. You got to be on your fast tennis shoes when you're doing that. Good morning.
My question is, why would people use these docks? Question is, why would people use these docks?
The idea was to, if you look in the comp plan, there was a lot of effort and incentives to provide alternative forms of transportation to the island. I really encourage the use of boating as a way of multimodal transportation. So if you want to come to the park, you want to come to the market on Corey on Sundays, and if you've been here, you know how difficult it is to find parking. But if you want to just drive your boat, park over there and then walk over, fine.
I see these docks being very attractive to transients that would like to spend 2 or 3 days there. Are we going to limit the time?
That's policy to be made. I mean,
Okay, good,
right.
because I think it would be very attractive for that.
And we don't want
No,
that to
no,
happen.
No.
Yeah, normally when you do that, you need to have electrical facilities and water
And
and,
we're not going to have electric or water? Okay,
at this point, no, but if the desire is to move into serving, somebody who's gonna be there 2 or 3 days, then you need to, provide those things.
well, it,
But that's not the purpose. We don't want somebody staying over, staying there for 2 or 3 days.
well,
And what about liability
And
for the
liability,
city
too.
in terms of this, where people are coming on and off the ledge? I'm assuming these would be sort of behind the community center area and behind the
and
rec
all the way to
building,
the bridge.
like where the gym is.
More by where the pool
Oh, okay.
area is, right?
You know what they do already? They park their boat there, and then they have a little dinghy, and then they go to the land through the
Right.
dinghy. So, and there's, you could see, Jack, you see them too when you swim.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
And there's maybe 3 or 4 of them.
Oh, you see them when you cross the bridge. Now, the thing is, from a revenue generating point of view, I think it would be very attractive to transit people that wanted to spend 2 or 3 days. But you'd probably have to have electricity and water.
And would this be something that residents would utilize, or this is more for
Anybody.
visitors? I do like the idea of.
It depends the philosophy that
Okay.
gets implemented. Yeah. If you go transient, which is not really what has been discussed,
Right.
then there is a lot more opportunity to make money, but then you're targeting the visitors.
Right.
Yeah. The providing an alternative mode of transportation, which is the local, these are for anybody who, lives on the bay, has a boat, and just want to come up here to the
Right.
to a concert, to the market, to the
Right.
park. Right.
Go to Corey Landings, which is not going to happen, but that would make it much more attractive
That's when it was.
if Corey Landings was there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why in my mind, maybe we should push this back a year or 2 until we really know
Yeah, I agree.
that there's a companion
Yeah,
project.
And I think we'd have some enforcement issues. People that are currently anchored in the bay, that bay near the bridge, which is a problem that people aren't getting rid of, the state or the county.
Right.
Right,
They would
all those boats
Start
just,
using the docks. So
yeah, there
it
are
would be
all
an
those
enforcement
boats.
issue, that's all. If we have the capability
Because
to monitor it, I think it would pay for itself over time.
I don't think you could generate enough revenue from the transient to cover the cost. No way. I'd say no.
Well, it depends on what you charge.
Even then, because you're not going to be able to put that many in there.
Right.
And if you
Well-
look at it from a revenue, it's mostly a public benefit.
How many docks are we talking about?
Let's see. I know that we had
I don't remember.
we had like a little sketch. Hold on.
I don't remember.
Well, I think also just putting it off.
I
maybe.
think we should just put it on.
Yeah, I think we should just
Yeah.
put it off.
Yeah, I don't have it.
It's not. It wasn't a lot. I think it was like 8 or something like that.
I think
It's a lot.
If that's,
it's a project that's fairly easy to get going if you decide to do it. It's pretty straightforward putting in docks. I mean, the permitting process is the longest part.
It's long, right?
Yeah.
but if we're going to let this go by the wayside, should we just take out the priority numbers and just leave everything as a 0?
I think that sounds good to me,
Yes.
because another
Just
thing
leave it at
is,
0.
with sort of sea level rise and other opportunities to maybe fortify that seawall in front of all of our city buildings is
Yeah.
maybe a better way to
Well,
start
you
preserving.
talked about making that a living seawall.
Yeah, like I'd rather have a living seawall there than boats.
Well, you can have both.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
good.
you can have both.
Okay,
You can put the docks out farther away from the living seawall.
okay.
So, in line with that, and I'm looking at this list of projects in rank order. And before we zero everything out on the Horn Park docks, it had a ranking that put it above Lazarillo Park, Pasagrill Park,
Yep.
and library improvements. And I think we're basically saying that, at least for this coming year's budget, it should have a much lower priority
Or how about a zero? I just
Yeah,
wanna make
zero,
that
Yes,
better.
zero it out.
I mean, that's why we're here, to make these decisions, and I think that's what we're saying.
Yes,
That we don't think this has the priority that it had last year.
And we could always bring it back, like Alex said, I mean, if you want a couple, and plus, at that time, we were looking at the apartments at the east end of Corey, and we don't have that right
We
now.
were looking and talking about the advantage of having this with Corey Landings. It would be very
There was a lot
attractive,
more synergy there.
absolutely, for
Yeah.
people to pull in and enjoy.
So we'll just keep it as a zero, and
Great.
Sure, change
Yeah,
everything to
and
zero.
whoever the
Zero
new
it out.
developer
Yeah.
is that comes in, they could build
They can pay
their
for that.
docks on their side of the
Yeah.
bridge. That could be done. I don't know that the city needs to do it. All right.
community center pool resurfacing, hope it doesn't take too long.
Because people do use the pool. What's the current surface on the pool?
It's,
Yeah, that's another one that we're,
Is it
Yeah.
smooth or,
it's smooth,
okay?
right, smooth, right? I mean,
It's got a little bit
Little
of
bit of
grain to it, so
Right.
it's not slippery.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, generally it's smooth.
I have not used that pool.
I'll tell you, it's
Never
highly
thought that.
used, you better get there earlier, you won't, there was 5 of us in one lane. the
Oh,
other
wow.
night.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
So it's in bad shape?
no, but we don't want it to get in bad
yeah,
shape.
We don't want it to get in bad shape.
Right.
yeah.
So
It's
this is-
life cycle basis, it's time to do it.
This is something that is very much in demand from what I see and hear. And we should do it,
Agree.
Yeah.
However, we have to rank it as a
Yeah.
must-do.
yeah.
Okay, so, it's already been ranked, so what
Okay.
would you like to change?
I guess it's high enough then, would we say, or?
I don't know about frequent problems. It could be.
It could be,
Ability of finance, cost of project, generates revenue, yes, it does. Generates cost savings.
yeah,
Should we change age of existing so that kind of puts it over the top in terms of it does need to have this regular maintenance?
we can put that as a 5
Okay.
instead of a 3, is that,
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Public benefit, public demand.
now we go back to the synergy and strategic goal,
Synergy, I think, higher than a 2,
okay.
consistent with a focus on parks and
Yes, I
recreation
agree.
activities and such.
3?
And
Yeah, I mean, it's a part of the community that's really utilized.
Mhm.
Agree.
And-
By people of all ages.
And if it fails, you're going to have a lot of irate customers.
strategic goal,
3.
you want to keep it as, and comp plan, it's not really,
I think comp plan
Or leave
at
it as a
2 is
2.
okay.
Yeah.
okay.
So it's going to bump it up a little bit from
Yep.
Yeah.
52.8.
To 55.
How long does it take to resurface a pool?
Oh, boy.
You ought to be able to do it within a week easily.
Oh, really?
It depends on who. First, you got to get the water out.
You have to find a contractor.
Well, there's a lot of those
You
around.
hope when you take
Yeah.
the water out that the water table doesn't blow the pool up.
Precisely,
I know,
because it's so close.
unless you put you could put, my uncle used to put like a tree stump in there when they took it out, like to keep the pool from blowing
Well-
up, it was a concrete pool.
Yeah.
That's why you got to pick a contractor, a good
Yeah.
contractor.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people that do this, so.
Beach access,
Yeah, if you can go to the next slide. So there are 2 issues that we're trying to improve. One is the beach access means the point from the nearest street
To the beach.
to the beach, and then you have dune crossovers
Yep.
that take you from that all the way to the sand,
And over.
so the flat part of the beach. So that's what we're defining the 2 different types of projects. So on the beach access is signage that makes it very obvious that where the beach access points are. A lot of them are fairly hidden.
I agreed today, you can't find them.
Right. Yeah, so we have an architect that's given some renderings as to what the signage will look like. Then we're going to try to standardize the material that we use for the beach access, whether, so they all have the same look and feel in terms of the landscaping, the pavers that they have, and the signage.
Visibly, there it is.
Yeah, and make sure that there are no handicap obstructions issues. I've been to some of them that you are actually go like this, and then you go back like that down, as opposed to trying to maintain as much of a flat surface for ADA accessibility purposes. We allocated $200,000 this year to start doing these projects, and we wanted to put more money to continue doing them in future years. And since we're kind of, the next item really is the, so you can rank them both together.
Yeah.
If you go to the next slide, right? Now these the crossovers, and we have a vehicle crossover on 52nd Avenue and a pedestrian crossover on 51st. We did a structural analysis of the one on 52nd, and the rating for that is really inadequate for a lot of the heavy vehicles that we use. So it is dangerous to really bring a heavy vehicle through that, and we do have limited options on how to get to the beach with heavy vehicles. So
Ambulance access.
right. So the commission already authorized to go to the next phase of engineering design work for this, and then we're allocating the construction for the following year. So two different, they're complementary projects in a way, because we want to just improve how you get from your house to the beach, but one we call them beach access points, and the other one we call it crossovers.
So in keeping with that then, because the dune crossover was already rated, that the beach access improvement should be similar?
I agree. I think that's what we're saying. I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit about the cost differential between the two projects. So is the beach access and dune crossover for $250, it's signs and the
Signs,
decks?
landscaping, pavers.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
The crossovers are small bridges.
Okay,
If you think
gotcha.
about that, so it's
Okay.
yes, it costs you $400,000 to do two, right?
Okay.
Because you're actually bridging over the dunes, and one of them is for vehicles, so it's a pretty heavy
Okay,
structure.
Okay.
So the beach access improvement is basically signage.
Signage, landscaping, and pavers
To
or resurface.
simplify,
Yes.
basically signage.
Okay.
It's not going to get anyone onto the beach. It's just going to tell people that this is an access point, and it's going to gussy it up a little bit. It's
And,
gonna make it
and improve the way that looks, right? Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
but no crossovers or anything are planned, so.
Correct.
Okay. And so 400,000, how many access points will that cover?
That will cover everything throughout the city, which I believe is 11 or 12 access points.
Okay.
So is there a typo on the pages of the plan? Because, so page 8 is beach access improvement, 400,000. This program to install location markers, create location map, and improve access design. And then page 9 is dune crossover replacement program, 250. And then this one says removes, elevates, and replaces the dune crossovers. Is it just that the total cost is a typo, maybe flip-flopped?
The beach access is 200 per year for 2 years.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
Right.
so that's why it's 400. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Right.
Okay. And then the dune crossover replacement then is 250, and then there'll be an additional 150 on page 9. I guess I'm trying to figure out, it would seem like the dune crossover replacement program would be more expensive doing
Yeah.
those two docks, or those two construction projects versus the sign project. that we're calling beach access
Right.
improvement.
I believe,
It's only a couple.
I'll have to double check. I think this is 250 in addition to the money that we had in the current year.
Okay, so
I'll
I
double
think-
check that, but yes.
Okay, yeah, so I think philosophically, we agree that the projects should sort of be linked
Yeah,
and they're relevant to one another. And I agree in terms of the 51st and 52nd access points needing improvement for safety for emergency vehicles and other motor vehicles that are on the beach for various reasons.
And there's no new access points here
No.
in combining these two, just existing asset access points,
Yeah,
repairing 2 of them, replacing 2 of them, and then signage for
Yeah.
all 11-ish or so.
yeah, and I believe we're just talking about the north and south borders of where Krabby Bill's restaurant is, right? So, and then near Bellwether, so that Bellwether corridor is pretty busy.
then a new sign for Bella Vista. We had a commissioner that didn't like the sign down after the women, this is my take, the women who worked so hard to have a,
Be nice to have a public program for when we take down the old beach signs, people could auction them off.
we did,
Okay, good,
we did. The women, the Pasadena Women's Club
Oh, okay.
sold the street
I
signs.
saw that.
Okay, so
Okay,
we have an existing number for dune crossover replacement of 6325. We're going to leave that the same?
Yeah.
I think so.
Because they'll be the same, so the beach access will be ranked
The same,
identically.
at 6325,
Yeah.
I agree.
okay?
Okay.
So there's no slide for asset management portfolio development, it looks like.
But we needed
But
that.
we need to look at it.
This is the one I think Vince talked about, where we really never had a listing of our assets and the ranking of the assets based on their age. It was a good thing.
Yeah, for me, $50,000 just to improve sort of the administration and tracking. Is that what we're talking about here, this project? What is this asset management portfolio development project? Is it like a piece of software?
No, it's, we have been going through all of the different asset classes that we have
Okay,
and identifying life cycles, date that was put into service,
okay.
and developing a replacement plan for each of those. So we don't get surprises as we're looking into the different parts of the system that we maintain.
Yeah, I'll offer the opinion that I think this is essential one for $50,000. It's
Oh, absolutely.
Agree,
No,
agree.
But a city that doesn't know what its asset base consists of is not doing its job, so.
Okay,
and we have to
agree.
be able to plan that, maintaining that, and this will let you do that.
Yep,
Okay.
Right.
great.
So are you
And-
guys all set
yeah,
with
so-
the,
And this one basically does the last asset type that we have. So this will do the reclaimed water system.
water?
Okay,
And after that, all of the different assets would have been properly identified, tracked,
great.
and we'll have everything in place.
Leave it at 6610,
Yes,
agreed?
agree.
Okay?
I don't have this and on the same order. What's next?
Wastewater inflow.
Okay, I don't know if anyone has any changes to that. We had spent,
The INI?
a lot of time on the INI, yeah.
We have.
And it's ranked high. One of the things that we didn't have a ranking for, and I'm glad we have the force main, which is going to be about $15 million.
Right.
That used to be, before it was like 10 million, now 15
Well,
million.
so this is going up too. Of course, no prices are going down.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I'm just a cheapskate, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah. This one does have an actual return on investment, because the I&I efforts and the improvements to the system that we have made over the last 6-7 years have basically accumulated to a savings of about $450,000 a year of sewer bills that we don't have anymore.
Okay?
Because when we send sewer to St. Petersburg, it gets measured by the number of gallons of flow that it has, not necessarily by its composition. So every time that you had a hole in the pipe that was taking in water, you were sending in water and you're paying treatment for that water.
Sure.
So the more that we improve our system, and the I&I is part of the system that we improve. We recently completed the smoke tests of all the lines, and we were able to identify about 40 private properties that have issues on their lateral lines from the system to the house, and about another 40 on the public side. When this was done in 2015, I think the list had like 500. So
Okay.
there's been a significant improvement in terms of that, how this is being done. And some of those things are fairly simple. About half of the ones on the private side, the caps are off. Okay? It might be your gardener who goes with the lawnmower and blows the cap off, and all of a sudden you have hole, a few inches in diameter that's taking water all the time. And all that has to be done is buy a new cap and put it in, and we'll all be better off by that. So
thinking about saving the commissioners' time as they get into this long list of projects, it seems to me this is one we absolutely have to do.
Agree.
I mean, there's regulatory
Agree.
stuff going on and public safety stuff going on.
Agreed.
We absolutely have to do it. I would say override this ranking and give it a value of 100. And let's let the commissioners know that our recommendation is this is essential, approve it and move on. There's other projects they may want to debate and so forth. They shouldn't be debating this project.
I think
and
I
that
don't
is
think they
always
have.
good.
you could almost use that argument with everything related to the sewer system.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Because,
And that's where I was going with my question at the beginning of this. Where are the things that we have no choices, basically, we simply have to do? And we should present to the commissioners a package. These have to be done, in our view, and they can go through and say, yes, 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 if that's what they choose to do. And then they can spend their time debating other stuff where the debate may actually inform the discussion.
Because they've been doing I&I right along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think the commission has any different feeling than we do that this needs to be done.
No.
Right, and I think Public Works at various times has presented a lot of information around this topic that has been compelling, so.
And I think if you look at your Pinellas County utility bill too, it's on there as a special assessment.
Okay.
This is the scary one.
Okay, are we going to leave this at 89?
Probably can, I don't see,
It is already the highest ranked by 10%,
Okay.
so I don't think anything has a risk of outranking it.
So it's up top. It
Yeah.
should stay up top.
Yeah.
okay, the next is the wastewater force main repair and replacement.
yeah,
I think, Alex, they said it, I think Mike Clark said it, we should last three years on this, hopefully.
yeah. So, Ryan, go to the next slide, and then we'll come back to this slide. So, what this is basically is doing is if you look at the gray line going north from about 80th Avenue, and it's a gray line next to a yellow line, right? That is this existing subaqueous line that takes all of the sewer out of the city of St. Pete Beach into the connection with St. Petersburg. Okay? And we connect with Treasure Island on the Treasure Island Causeway, and it goes to Pump Station 61. This, this project is not a tomorrow project, but it's one of those projects that we need to keep eye on the ball, because you will never want this to fail.
Right.
Okay, because the environmental consequences, the environmental penalties are catastrophic. And this cannot be maintained or repaired while it's in use, okay? Because you're always pumping, right? So
Right.
you can't do that. So we have an engineering firm who's looking at how do we create a new force main out of the city. We're not looking about tomorrow, we're looking about 2030 to get this done, but it's going to cost a lot of money, and we're going to have to start saving money and putting money away. They are looking at the option, the yellow option, which is put a pipe adjacent to the current pipe, and that might require purchasing some homes on Treasure Island, demolishing those homes, putting the pipe and everything else, and then would constitute a lot that might be sellable again. Or the other one is basically brings the line back down towards the Corey Causeway and puts it through the Corey Causeway and the South Pasadena area. So we're still in that alternative analysis phase. Once the line is offline and completed, then you can do repairs to that line. So in the future, assuming we're here 100 years from now, because there are other issues going on, you'll be able to, every 10, 15 years, switch between lines and have a line that is maintained and
And you have a spare.
Right.
Okay.
So that's kind of all of that. If you go back to the slide before, it kind of gives you an idea of the timetable as to, when we're going to probably be in construction is, beginning to put really serious money aside and get the design, the procurement, and construction in 2030.
So are we really going to be able to fund something like this out of a general fund? Is this something that like a Pinellas,
This
penny
is-
for
this-
Pinellas could be?
This
or-
is, it comes out of the sewer fund, not the general
Okay.
fund.
Okay,
And when we completed the main sewer system improvements were $18 million. We got a loan from the state at basically 0.25
Gotcha.
basis points.
Okay.
So we can probably, again, by then borrow money to be
Okay.
doing this. We're going to try to put as much money aside as possible
okay.
so we can borrow less. But but
Okay.
it's coming. But the good thing is that we're thinking it through now, and we're looking at things from now on. So.
Okay, yeah, and this is a must-do for me.
Yeah, money was
obviously.
cheap before, we were lucky, and who knows
Right.
where it's going now.
Not cheap anymore.
I don't know,
Money we put aside for this, and I'm not arguing against this, I think it's absolutely essential, but I just want to observe that money we put aside to fund a long-term project like this is money that cannot be used for some of the projects on this list. Whether it be $50,000 a year, or $500,000 a year, or $5 million a year.
Right.
If you put it aside into a special fund, then it basically is going to affect the projects that can be done.
Agree.
Sure.
but, or maybe they're thinking, we had, good working capital position until we did a reallocation, and maybe they're thinking of excess working capital. I don't know. You don't want to have anything else hurt, but what happens, this is not nice, but with the redevelopment, if whatever happens, you have concurrency. Can any of those dollars go
Oh, that's a great idea.
towards this project?
Yes. So for sewer, we have we don't have impact fees. They're called sewer connection fees. It's essentially the same thing, but which is a different name. As an example, the Corey Landings project schedule to pay about $700,000-800,000 in connection fees. So yeah, so those monies are part of the kitty that can be, gotten to here.
Well, and then in that regard, the high interest rate environment may help us, because then if we can get some impact fees in and have them in some sort of fund to lock in some current rates, and then be able to sort of have that as we pace towards 2030, that might be a way to think about it in terms of getting the money.
And if we can, be careful in reallocating any excess working capital
Yeah.
and set it aside.
Small percentage. I think the ranking is on point since the work is not immediate, but we could review it.
It's something we have to do.
Yeah.
We know it, we've been talking about this for 10 years or more.
Just one question. Is it only on that side up there? That's where they are, both are?
Everything from the island goes south to north. Yeah, so everything goes out of this pipe to the city.
So if something catastrophic happens on that side of the island,
Yes,
there's no...
your
recourse
SOL,
down there.
literally. Right.
Is it because there's nowhere to pump it? I mean, basically we're putting all our eggs in this one little area. Is that just the way it needs to be?
Because otherwise we will have to go down the Bayway to the county facility.
Yeah.
First of all, we don't have an agreement with the county. We only have an agreement with St. Petersburg.
Right.
And it's a very, very good agreement. We have very good rates with St. Petersburg. But then we have to basically reverse all of the flow that we have in the city south to the Bayway to be able to go to the county facility. Now, historically, I don't know why 20 years ago and everything else, I mean, there was never really planned to take maybe half of the island into another system. But that was never done. So, and to retrofit that today is
Never forget it.
really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, and then, do we still get, I remember this, true-up money? Because we're, with this INI, I guess, we don't have, we're not just having water, pure water, through the plant. And so we used to get money back from the city of St. Petersburg.
Yeah, the money that we get back is based on the level of capital improvements they were able to implement. So when they set up a rate, the rate assumes that they're going to be doing X, Y, and Z in terms of capital improvements. We have a consultant who basically every year goes and audits the amount of capital improvements they were able to make, and invariably they always fall short in terms of the number of capital improvements. So they were able to calculate how much credit do we get every year, because we've been paying a rate for capital improvements that have not been done, and that's the what you're talking about. That we do get. I think we got $250 last year or something. Like
Yeah, I think one year we had to pay a little bit, I think, but most years we do get some back.
We get some back, and we set that money aside for this force main.
Well, it stays on the sewer fund.
Okay,
Every
gotcha.
dollar that you get back,
Okay.
it stays on the
All
sewer
right.
fund. Right.
Okay.
So we're going to leave this ranking at 7280.
Yep.
Yeah. How about the CHAB? CHAB.
Rehab rewall.
Rehab rewall.
Seawall rehab. I should have gone swimming this morning. That one was already ranked.
This is also an expensive no-brainer to me.
Right, and you asked me to tell you whenever we had grant money. So we were able to get a grant for the community center seawall.
Good.
So that grant is basically is 1.5 million. That is going to be able to do the community center seawall. We did a seawall assessment report, completed that over a year ago. I think that might have been shared with you. And between the money that we have currently allocated for the seawalls in Paso Grill, and the amount of money that with the 1.4 that we're programming for fiscal year 24, plus the $1.5 million for the grant, we're really pretty much halfway there in terms of what we had to do with our current seawalls. This is basically doing two things: is taking seawalls that are in bad condition and replacing them with seawalls that are not just new, but they're also at the right elevation for where we need to be in terms of our target, which is 5 feet NAFD on all of the seawalls in the city. So,
Do you, since it's already ranked, is everyone okay with the ranking?
I
I'm
am.
fine with that.
I am.
I'm going to raise the issue of generates cost savings. Again, I mean, it's, once you get a seawall built, you really don't do much to maintain it for a pretty long time. So we could raise that from 3 to 4 or 5, right? And
The thing is, I just had a question. If the seawalls are elevated, how does that affect the city's ranking for flood insurance? Is that flow back into the, residents' reduction in their flood insurance? I mean, I just wondered. I'm trying to think. I saw an article. Was it Madeira Beach or Treasure Island? They had done some areas, which I thought we were doing, and we have done, and I thought we would be getting a reduction in our flood insurance.
You will get some savings when complete segments are done.
Right.
Got you, okay.
Because if you don't do it all, the water just flows in your neighbor's yard and flows in your yard.
Right.
So,
And is there a desire to increase regulatory mandate? Is the new 5 foot above mean sea level height requirement a regulatory requirement?
It's a city regulatory environment, but it's the new requirement.
Okay.
Yes, so
So-
you can increase that.
Okay,
we
so
can
yeah,
increase it.
probably to increase the regulatory mandate from a 2 to a 3, since there is a new requirement for the 5 feet. And I am going to respectfully excuse myself. Thank you all. I'm glad you guys can still continue, and I will see you next time.
Have they identified where they're gonna spend the money in 2024, like which seawalls they're gonna attack first?
Yes, yeah, we do have a plan.
Okay.
If you want to see it, we'll be happy to send it to you.
so we're at 82.15.
Well, yeah. I haven't, added. Okay. I guess we're okay with that, didn't
so we're increasing regulatory, are we increasing ongoing operating costs also, or just leaving that as is?
Probably leave it as it is. I mean,
3's fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, this is a good one.
The Gons is our boat ramp.
This is a very complicated engineering
Yeah.
task. And that's where we got the grant to get somebody to help us with the options, because anybody who's driven around that area, every time that we have high tide, the entire boat ramp, the intersection gets
Floods.
flooded, and then the water flows down the street. So in order to change the boat ramp, we'll have to then elevate the entire intersection and create a new slope all the way down to the water. Then we have to conform all of the street areas to match the new height of the intersection, right? And we have, it's not a perfect square. Some of these streets are at different angles. So we started doing that, then started looking at, is there an alternative to move the boat ramp a little bit farther to the south, where you don't have 4 intersections on it. Now, while all of this started to happen, then there was the people farther to the south say, well, we don't want it closer to our apartments.
Of course.
Yeah, and then you have some people saying, well, should you just completely close the boat ramp? And then we had the other people coming back, and the people that actually use the boat ramp, which are a lot of our residents, and some are visitors, but a lot of our residents.
I use it.
And saying, no, historically, we're a beach community, and we want to have boats and enjoy our boats and be able to sometimes take it out because I need to take my boat for maintenance, or I want to take it somewhere else. And so we're going through all of that. We do have grant monies available for this, which is a good thing, because the state does encourage the use of boating facilities throughout the state, so they will give us money to reconfigure this wherever we want to put it. So this is grant funded, and where the final design takes us, and the decisions of the commission are going to control whatever is going to be happening there. But there's really not much to reevaluate, to re-rank right now, because given that it's grant funded, it's got to go through the engineering process to figure out where to put it.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the rating as stands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the problem's going to be getting the users to agree with the city on a design. That's not our business, so.
Right.
Okay. Reclaim water system repair replacement.
It's
Right.
an ongoing process.
So this is one of the most significant changes that we've done in the last 2 years, where we changed our approach to road resurfacing, and because what was happening is that we were resurfacing the road, and a month later the reclaimed water line will break, and a brand new surface road will have to get patched. And the way that the paving system works, once you start patching, you start having cracks, and you lose really the integrity of the system. So we decided that we're just going to bite the bullet, and every time that we had to do a major resurfacing on a road, we're going to repair all of the reclaimed water laterals along that road. So the reclaimed water budget basically is tracking the road resurfacing budget to make sure that we're doing the right level of lateral repairs before we actually do resurfacing.
Good.
And this basically is the amounts needed to stay within the road resurfacing program.
Okay.
So these numbers that we're looking at are strictly reclaimed water repair replacement, nothing to do with road resurfacing other than how the work gets scheduled eventually.
Correct. Yeah, the road resurfacing is a separate budget in a separate place.
But the basic idea is that this would have to be done before any substantial road resurfacing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Is that,
6645 is fine with me.
Yeah.
okay.
It's something we have to do. We're doing it.
Are you okay with it, Jack, too? Or
Yep.
We're all, okay.
Jack at the end.
Jack.
Yeah, okay.
I think it looks good.
Okay. The next one is the long-term resiliency improvements. This is something brand new. I think it's from you, Alex. We never had a resiliency fund, which is good.
Correct. Last year, when we had a healthy increase in our tax roll, and one of the things that we did, and hopefully we can continue doing that over the next few years, is basically starting to put money aside for resiliency projects throughout the city, because we know that there's a big ticket item coming our way, and we need to have money available. There is beginning to be a lot more money available at the state level, not yet at the federal level, but I think that will trickle down eventually. But the new governor has, committed to start putting money towards resiliency projects. I think that this year he's putting $300 million aside for that. But all of those monies require grant matches. So the idea of this fund, Vince and I kind of started this last year with $750,000 in it, is to have the ability to have matching funds when those projects come in. A lot of the projects are going to be projects that require a public involvement and a private involvement, because the solutions cannot be done by other party independently. So, but we need to be able to fund the public side of these improvements.
Okay.
So this has a total cost of zero, which says we can afford it.
Huh?
We can afford it.
Well,
The project.
yeah.
But how exactly are we ranking this? I mean, clearly it's a good thing to do, but
Yeah, so we're right now in a phase 2 of design for the Lazarillo neighborhood. We have a general estimate of about $25 million in improvements that are needed there. About half of that is public, half of that is private. We have begun to do some of the public pieces. If you've seen the spillways that used to be in that area,
Yeah.
have now been redesigned and raised, and buffer boxes put in, and outfalls created. So we got to continue doing that throughout the entire island. But at some point, we need to just start adding pumps to that. We are going to have to raise some of the roads in that neighborhood. But the residents need to increase the height of their seawalls, and they're going to have to be doing that.
And that's
because-
the private part.
And that's the private part, right? Yes, and some properties are really so low that they're going to have to, over the next 10, 15 years, look at raising their properties or rebuilding their properties, so they are above a sustainable water table. If you haven't really been to the Lazarillo Park in high tide,
I have.
I would suggest you go and walk on the grass.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what happened to your feet?
I think.
You get what?
You get wet. And people say, well, you have to raise seawalls. No, it's not just as simple as that, because the hydrology of it is that the water is being pushed from below. So it's expensive, and the nature of the projects will continue to get more and more refined as we go into the future. But from our point of view, it's wise to start putting money aside for this because it's coming, right? And it's coming sooner than we think it's coming.
so I'll go back to my original question is, because the cost is zero, what exactly are we evaluating here? And I suspect that everyone up here would say that long-term resiliency improvements are needed and will need to be funded, and that studies will have to be done, and all of that. Is that all we're addressing there, or are we making a recommendation to the commission that they should come up with funds to start this process more formally than it's being done now?
If you think that we should be doing this, then you need to convey that through your scoring.
Yeah,
Right. That's
Okay.
the best advice I can give you.
Even
right?
though it's zero funding,
yeah.
we still need to say it's important. Okay.
Absolutely, we need to rank it.
It's a combination of public and private, so I mean, so if you were looking at public health and safety, that could be, I have a 4, but
4.
employee health and safety,
3.
3. Regulatory mandate, it's not,
It will become
It
at
will
some
be.
point.
Give it a 2 for now.
a 2, yeah. Frequent problems, I had a 5, but
Ability to finance.
what do you want to rank the frequent problems at? Do you want
5 is,
5? Okay.
it is a frequent problem.
Ability to finance, I mean, it's an unknown,
0.
Yeah.
but ability to finance as a 0 means that the money, wait,
The money's not there.
no, wait, it just means the opposite.
Or
This is
it's
right.
just- yeah.
If this was funded through a grant that we had in hand, we might give it a 5. Right now, it's completely unfunded. And so all we can do is give it a 0, I think.
Yeah, I think this, I don't know why I have, let me just look at this again, wait, hold on. This is the one that's tricky.
A factor of 0 means there's no funding available to finance the project.
So it's unknown, so we just leave it as a 0 then, but yet we
I think.
decrease the priority.
In the definition, it says 0 means there's no funding available to finance the project.
Yeah, no, we did put $750,000 aside last year for this.
Okay.
And,
Is it
you
still?
know, budget permitting, we'll want to continue to do that every year.
So I have a suggestion, which is that we need to turn this, and we can't do it today necessarily, but we need to turn this into a formal project.
Right, okay.
That basically says, you know, for the next 3 years, we need X number of dollars to do studies and evaluate various components, that kind of stuff.
I think when it comes into play, I think when we have excess funds, I think we better lock down those funds and leave all the frivolous things out and make sure those monies stay there and fund this issue. And, I mean, there might eventually be some federal grant monies for this, but you can't bank on it. Do you want to leave it as ability to finance as a 2?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Now, I guess my question is this in addition to, for lack of better terms, an emergency type of fund if a hurricane came in here?
Yeah, this is separate and in addition
So
to,
that's already funded?
right.
Okay.
But we do have, if there's a hurricane, we do have a line of credit available to us. We don't really want to use it, but,
Cost of the project is 0.
huh?
Cost of the project? 0?
Yeah, for now, I'd maybe give it a
I
3
wouldn't say
because
it's
the
0.
cost is,
I think we need to determine that, right?
The higher the cost, the lower the priority factor.
Yes.
yeah, so I'm going to give it a 3 or a 4 because right now the cost is 0, so give it a 6.
No, because a project costing $5 million may have a ranking of 0.
Yeah.
That's what Jack's saying. So,
Yeah.
in other words, this is a
Yeah.
tricky one. It should be 0.
And I always have to refer to the definition
I know.
page because it's,
Yeah, and this is where, you know, at some point maybe in the summer, you want to relook at these rankings because some of these projects are, and the same thing with the Force Main One, big ticket projects that need to be addressed, and penalizing a project for being expensive might not be the right rationale, in order to, because if you start saying, well, it's expensive, so we're going to give it a low score so it doesn't get funded, then you kicking the can down the road, just because it's expensive, and that, sometimes is.
So we need to
can get you
give
in
this
trouble.
a 4 or a 5.
I think this is, but this
That
is tricky, the ranking, yeah.
Okay, 4.
Okay.
But the way, the criteria, I do the same thing too, I agree.
Generates revenue.
0.
Yep.
Cost savings would be high,
Yep.
5.
5.
Ongoing operational costs, yeah, for,
4.
okay. Age of,
How do we get a 4 on that? I mean, I see the operating costs. There's going to be capital cost, for sure.
I'm thinking of maintenance,
Yeah, being low.
because it's not gonna happen all at once, no.
So you give it a 4 because you think maintenance costs are going to be low.
Well, they should be, but I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you just give it a 3, split the
all right.
baby.
True.
Age of existing, there, it's a mess. But these are things we don't know. So you consider, you want to do it a 4, what,
4.
Okay,
public benefit,
4.
4, at least.
public demand for,
4.
synergy
4.
4.
and strategic,
4.
4,
4.
and comp plan 4,
4,
yeah.
Yep.
So now we have an unfunded project that's going to have a very high ranking, which is good.
No, that makes sense.
good.
But the thing is, like, just the way this is, where, it talks about the cost of the
That's why we're having
project.
discussion. It's important. I mean, this is gonna become very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way this system is set up, the higher the cost of a project, the lower the priority rating would be. And it doesn't make sense to me, but
We always say that.
yeah, it doesn't. Okay,
Well, hopefully there's some grants out there for this particular
I
thing.
hope so.
It's gonna be this is a massive project. You might end up buying houses.
That could be a mess out,
You know, 10 years ago, I said, buy these houses and turn it into parkland, because you're gonna just get into a cycle where some of these houses are so low,
Yeah.
as Alex said, unless they
the fighting there to go on.
raise it up.
They'll never,
I mean,
Eminent domain.
down near the toll booth. You
Oh,
see it.
yeah.
I remember those good old days with eminent domain talk.
I just try and sell one of those houses. Tidal check valves. Alex, are we having trouble maintaining these check valves?
Yes,
Okay, that's what I thought.
yes.
'Cause-
And we're looking to relocate the tidal check valves up the stream,
Away from the oysters,
well, away from the sun,
okay?
because the sun basically is what, when it interacts with the salt water,
Gotcha.
creates all of the oysters and creates barnacles that will make the valve not close properly.
Right.
Okay, should we keep the ranking as is?
I think so.
I
It's
do
im-
too.
Would that-
It's important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Watershed management, master plan? Okay, this one, when it was ranked before, as a comp plan component, we only gave it a 2, and it should, maybe it should be a 5.
One more slide, Brian.
Hmm?
No, just down to Ryan, one more slide, one more.
Oh,
Yeah, this is the project that we have planned for next year. Right now, we're doing the design of this project. And,
Okay, we're doing watershed management now, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I think Alex is on the next one.
Which is,
yeah. We need
yes,
to
I'm-
slide back.
yeah, slide down.
Stormwater watershed management master plan.
So since it's a mandate of the comp plan,
Right.
we only ranked it as a 2, should it have been a 5?
If it's a mandate, it probably,
and it's also a grant-funded project.
Good.
So it's fully funded?
That's the goal, is to make this fully funded, yes, sir.
So that would make the ability to finance the cost of the project 4, so that's good.
Yeah. But then maybe the strategic goals should be bumped up to a 3,
okay?
and then so you have and then a 5 for the comp plan.
Yeah, if it's in the comp plans, it ought to be
Yeah.
a 5.
Okay. Sorry. Here we go to the... If we get a grant from Swift, whatever, do we have to put our money out first, though, right? Or do
Well,
they?
it depends. For studies, they usually give you the complete funding for it. Yeah, and then we pay the bills, and then we send the request for reimbursement,
Okay.
but,
Okay.
So on the watershed management master plan, it says cost savings gets a ranking of 0. I mean, isn't the whole idea of watershed management to, among other things, to reduce the cost of having to deal with the consequences of water events?
yes, yeah.
So that should...
And eventually it should reflect in your community rating system. It gives you discounts on
Yeah.
flood insurance.
So then we should rank the cost savings as a 4 at least.
Yeah, yeah.
I missed that, okay. Or the condition of the existing too, we have that as a 0, but,
Give it a 3.
a 3, yeah. So then the things, what we're changing is the cost savings to 4, the age to 3, the strategic goal to 3,
three.
and the comp plan to
To
5.
five.
Yep.
Okay. And then next is the drainage. What do we have here?
Yeah, and this is the area that I was talking about before, that, you know, we are in design for this right now.
Okay,
And we will probably, we're right now scheduled to borrow money to be able to complete this project from the Stormwater Fund.
Does this include baffle boxes?
Yes.
And has our experience been good with the ones we've installed?
Yeah, because it allows for the tidal valves to be installed next to the baffle box.
Okay,
So it
it's working out.
works, that works out well, yeah.
Good.
so, let's see. Wow, so it's all borrowed funds.
Public health and safety?
Yeah, do you, it's probably, I had a 5, I don't know if you want to. What do you, Jack?
Sure, that's fine.
Natalie?
Yeah.
Employee health and safety,
3.
3. Regulatory mandate,
Well, it's,
1.
yeah, it's not 1, is it?
no.
Well, I mean, kind of,
How about a 2?
yeah,
Okay.
And frequent problems,
5.
yeah.
Ability to finance. 3.
yeah, I get. This is again one of those that falls into a,
Cost of the project.
One or a 2. It's a costly project.
That's right, 1.
1,
Cost of the project, 1.
generates revenue.
It doesn't generate any revenue, does it?
No,
It would generate, it would be beneficial to the residents and paying their,
but it's not,
maybe not.
not revenue,
Okay.
though.
0. Generate cost savings?
2 or 3.
3 maybe.
3.
Ongoing operational costs,
2. Age or condition of existing?
it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
5.
Okay,
Public benefit?
5,
5. Public
probably
demand?
maybe a 5.
On public benefit, let me ask a question. I'm looking at the diagram on the screen here with the area covered in yellow. That's the area that will benefit from this project?
Yes.
So I don't live in this area. It won't benefit me, except when I try to drive through there, maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I raised that issue just in terms of saying public benefit. You know,
For
how
some.
are we benefiting every resident of St. Pete Beach? And the answer to that question is no. Are we benefiting a smaller population? The answer to that is yes, but I don't think we can give it a 5.
How about a 3?
3 I'm comfortable with.
3 is fine. Good point.
Public demand, that again should be a 3.
Yeah.
is that identified as the most critical area right there?
Yes, right now, yes. Now, for the study that we're going to be doing with the watershed analysis, we'll identify new areas that need to be done, but right now, this,
Can you look in Paso Grill,
You know,
where some of the taxes are the highest?
I think,
Because I know there's some problems down there,
yeah, and part of the problem in Paso,
particularly on 13th Avenue.
okay, so what happens is that Paso Grill is designed to shed from the west to the east. And there had been so many road repairs. It doesn't have a catch basin system, okay? So it's basically, it's a small gravity, system, but with so many of the roads in disrepair in Paso Grill, water, there are undulations which don't allow the water to flow properly. All of the catch basins are on Paso Grill Way, and there's a pump that takes all of that and pumps it out. So the solution for Paso Grill is not a drainage system like this. Is we gotta reconfigure the roads, and we gotta do that with equipment that is a lot more expensive than the regular equipment because it has to be calibrated to give you an exact slope from beginning to end. And there is really not a lot of gravity difference between the heights. So you're going to have to recreate all of that with the right asphalt level. So yes, you got a problem, but it's not the same problem that's in here.
Oh, we definitely have a problem.
Yeah.
Just do a bunch of retention ponds over there, save the 8.7.
If you don't have a truck, you're not getting in.
I know.
Synergy, I think, 4.
And strategic goal, 1?
3 and 3,
I
maybe?
think 3 and 3
Okay.
is fine.
You guys have easy, okay. All right. A street rehab,
Right. Oops.
So the street rehabilitation plan has to follow after the reclaimed water activities.
Correct.
And any other utility
Any
repair,
other.
like undergrounding electricity and
Yeah.
that hopefully you put that all together and fix the street when that's all done.
But sequencing these things is not really our charge.
No.
Our charge is just to say this is important or it's not important
Yeah.
or whatever.
And we should spend money on it. Yep.
Yeah. Now, there are several projects going on that you need to just be aware of that. So Gulfwinds Drive, we have $2.48 million in the project. We are recently got an updated OPC. OPC is an opinion of probable costs from the engineers at 3.2. So more money is being added to Gulfwinds Drive to make sure that we can match that. We got delay on this project, but it's actually good news for the neighborhood because Duke decided that they were going to underground everything on Gulfwinds Drive at their cost. So they are doing the design for that, and that's going to be incorporated into the final work that we do. Then north of 75, we got the Boca Ciega Drive project, and that project is ready to go. We had to clear some environmental issues because there were some drainage improvements that we were doing on, and they found that there was contamination coming from the gas station, from the Citgo gas station into some of the areas where we're going to be putting the drainage. So because we're excavating that, we had to do what's called a phase 1 and a phase 2 environmental studies. Those are completed, and now we're just waiting for the final go-ahead from the state to put this project out for bid, and then we'll start construction shortly thereafter. Then we got the next one is Gulfway, where we are having to rebuild this, which is kind of what I was talking to you about before, is that we need not a regular asphalt contractor, but an asphalt contractor that has the ability to, calibrate with GPS the exact height of the road resurfacing that is going to be doing on Gulfway, because everything starts from Gulfway, and everything has to then flow from Gulfway to the avenues, and then we need to make sure that each of the avenues then gets properly calibrated to bring all this stuff all the way to Pacific Way. So that's the third component of the regular, or the major projects that we're doing, and then we have just regular asphalt replacement, and it will take you to the map on page. Let's go to slide 28 first, Ryan. Right. So this tells you what the the payment condition index, PCI, is for every road in the city where we are 70 or below. And a goal that we stated about 4 years ago was that by fiscal year 25, we'll be at 70 or above in all of the city roads. 70 and above is a smooth riding condition. You don't have any more of tiger marks that you typically see. For example, the road outside of here that you can see from the desk, that's probably about a 60-something road, where it's still passable, doesn't have potholes, but it has all these tiger marks. That means that the road surface has been compromised, and you're getting water through those into the system, which basically accelerates the deterioration of the road. Once you're above 70, you don't have that, and then we're in a much better condition to just do every couple of years what's called microsurfacing, which is just you add a small layer of asphalt every couple of years, and then you're able to maintain the roads, and that is going to be a lot less expensive for the city in the long run. But you need to get to that road condition to be able to really fully get into that program. So, yeah. So this is what we have left to do visually in a map. You can see it in the next page. Next, right, thank you. Everything in red is below our PCI targeted numbers. So everything in red is 70 or below, which is basically what we're going to be doing over the next year and a half in terms of road assessments. And you can see most of the avenues in Paso Grill north of 8 are in bad shape. So we'll have to do all of that. There's sections on Bina that are bad. And some sections on the northwest side of the city, west of Blind Pass and north of 75th, they're in bad condition as well.
So Alex, it looks kind of like a dashed line of red and maybe green or something. I take it that's Gulf Winds and Boca Ciega Drive?
Correct. Those are because they are their own separate projects, and they're kind of like, in a slightly different color, right?
Okay. So there's nothing in this list of 70 and below that addresses this area here, because it's a separate project. The Gulf Winds, Boca Ciega.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And the same thing happens with the Maritana area. We know some of the roads are bad, but no sense on just repaving what's there today. No, we know that it's part of a larger project.
Gotcha.
Okay. Then in keeping with mine, do we want to, because this has already been rated, what changes do you want to make, if any? I thought it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I think long time ago,
What?
long time ago, they had someone go over the conditions of the street, basically, if they got to be, do you remember that, Jacob? They were really poor, they required more work, and it's better that we're doing it this way.
Yeah.
And it's more
Exactly.
cost effective.
So one of the rating factors is generates revenue and gets a 3. Guess I don't see that. Where does the revenue come from? And I think that's a 0.
Or was it, let's see. I think because I think we thought it was more of a cost savings revenue, in other words, it was more expensive if we didn't analyze the condition of the road as we do now, because they didn't before, and it was a whole lot more expensive, so
Right,
maybe they
that's-
looked at it that way.
Yeah, that's still not revenue.
No,
Yeah.
it's probably a zero.
Revenue is a zero.
I don't know why we
I
made
don't,
that
maybe
a three.
maybe we were tired.
I don't know.
And then generates cost savings.
That was a 5, that was a good,
You don't keep patching it.
Yeah.
okay. Any other changes to that one?
So what did you make that?
A
Generate?
0,
Zero?
Zero.
yeah. Ginny, I think I marked these, you can have my copy if you want to check it after. Alley improvements, let's see.
And this will be the new technology,
Correct.
which is standing up pretty well.
It's standing out very well.
Good.
What is the technology?
Something that they resurrected from the Navy Seabees in World War II.
It is basically creating a honeycomb structure underneath with concrete. So we put that first, and then we put the shell on top of it. So visually, the shell looks like it's always looked, but that prevents the shell to move when you have the G-forces of a vehicle making turns or going straight, because even if you're just going straight, it's pushing the shells out from the center area, because now the shells are encased in these honeycombs. Then they don't move as much, and it creates a structure base for them to stay, and it has worked well.
How about for drainage? So if you have concrete under shell, what do you do about drainage?
No, because it's just rings.
It just,
You think of it, they're rings that are full of shells.
oh,
It's not solid.
So you still,
Okay, got you.
correct. So you still have the permeability of the shell, you have the look of the shell, but it prevents the movement of the shell on the.
do you want to make any changes on the ranking?
No, I'm good.
Everyone good with this then?
I'm good with that.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
good.
Gulf Boulevard electric undergrounding?
Yeah, I think you're all familiar with that project, no?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
I don't know, we didn't rank the undergrounding, I don't know. Do you want to go ahead and?
Sure.
Okay.
Public health and safety. Zero, I guess.
For
Unless,
me, I like it because in this way you don't worry about lightning hitting a transformer.
well, or maybe fewer power outages.
Yeah, give it a 3.
Give it a three.
Yeah,
It definitely improves the reliability of the system.
Yep.
Yeah.
I-
Employee health and safety, can we give that one a 2?
Give it a 3 also, I
Okay,
think,
good.
yeah.
Okay.
Our regulatory mandate,
0?
0.
No.
No?
Is that a regular? No.
Frequent problems?
It's a voluntary thing.
Yeah.
Frequent problems is probably 4.
yeah.
Yeah. Ability to finance,
It's,
Well, we got the penny for Pinellas paying.
Grant.
yes,
for,
0.
This, like,
0.
with some additional funding, we might have to contribute.
of
Cost.
So I'm,
but you know,
sorry, say
you-
that again, we do
Yeah.
have the ability to
Yes.
finance?
Yeah, so we got $15.3 million from Penny for Pinellas for phases 1 and 2. The numbers are really, really tight, and that is why, we said, we might need another $1 million in a couple of years, depending on how the price escalation really works out. Right?
So our
Or against us.
ability to finance it is high then, it's like
Yes, it's
3
really
or
high,
4,
right?
'cause
Yes.
we're getting the money from, or most of the money from.
Most of them from the
So it shouldn't be a 0, it should be like
It should be a 3 or
three.
4.
Yes. Cost of the project,
Okay.
Same thing, 4.
well then if we can have the ability to finance, do you want that a 3 or a 4?
4.
Okay, and the cost of the project is,
4.
generates revenue,
0.
Yeah.
cost savings,
2.
2 or 3 maybe.
maybe a 3.
Okay.
Ongoing operational costs,
Zero, because it all is handled by Duke.
by me.
Yeah.
Right, so Duke will maintain the system based on what the ratepayers pay them,
Yeah.
so we don't have to maintain it.
Age or
Well,
condition,
that's good then.
Yes,
So we have to give it more than a 0. We have to give it a 4. Because that's a good thing.
wait, wait,
Anytime we give it a high number like 4 or 5, we're saying that's a good factor on this project, so.
Well, it depends on the definition.
wait a minute, you guys, now wait.
It gets a little fuzzy.
So what did you give it?
Wait, hold it, what are we gonna, wait.
5 means there's no impact on future operating costs.
but there's no impact on future operating costs.
So give it a 4?
Give it a 4
Okay.
for the uncertainty of what the future has.
Age or condition of existing? I mean,
3.
It works 3, yeah. Public benefit,
4.
4, public demand, I think.
4.
Synergy with other projects, that is
4.
like a 3.
3.
Yeah.
3.
That, I would say, should really think it through, because the boulevard, once this project is completed, the amount of beautification that we can do in the boulevard with landscaping is going to dramatically change.
So 5?
5?
So it does have synergy with other objectives of what the city has in the boulevard.
So give it a 4.
4.
Yeah.
How about strategic goal?
It's, yeah.
It makes the city more resilient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautification.
So
Resilience.
3?
Yep.
3.
3 and 3.
And 3 with the comp plan, 3?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, facility renovations.
I guess we need a new elevator here at City Hall.
We're going to, so for facilities, we have done a complete asset management plan. So we have, for every major system in the city, we have identified the roofing, the air conditioning systems, the elevators, all of the major, everything that has a defined life cycle.
Wears out.
Huh?
Anything that wears out.
Right.
You know what, the Don Vista roof is leaking.
What?
Because when we were at art class, the roof was leaking.
Okay.
So I guess
Right.
somebody came and fixed it, and the elevator wasn't working, but
Right. And
I love that
the,
building.
the air conditioning systems, both at the community center and here, both need to be completely redone.
Yeah.
The City Hall HVAC system is a very interesting setup. We have 13 different units
In the community center?
here.
Oh, here.
13 units.
So that's a significant cost saving for us.
Well, but it's going to require some docking reconfigurations and everything, but you will be able to significantly save in your electrical costs
Sure.
when you get into much more efficient systems.
So I'm looking at our list of projects here, and even though I know some of these numbers have changed, assuming that they hadn't changed at all, this one has a priority of 76, and that puts it third on the list in terms of most valuable, to synthesize it down to one term, most valuable. Do we really think it's more important than street rehabilitation, wastewater main repair, title check, et cetera? In other words, where on this list would we like to see this reside as opposed to getting into the weeds initially? And my guess is, and I support it, I'm sure we're going to do it, but I don't think it's the third most important project on the
Agreed.
list.
Well, the generators, if we have an emergency, we need that for the 3 facilities. Public Works should have one. So stuff on here, I think, and the AC systems have to work at Don Vista, at Warren Webster, at the community center, of course, at City Hall. So it's, in my mind, it's important. Does it need to be that high? I'm not sure.
It depends. If there's a catastrophe, it does.
Yeah, if we have a major catastrophe, a lot of this support stuff should be taken care of, like the generators, which is quite a few bucks here.
I mean, you got the fire station, you've
Yeah.
got,
The fire station elevator.
maybe with,
Is it not functional?
just give them fire poles.
No,
What do we have outdoor?
I mean, I tend to agree with Jack. I mean, it's for me, it's the, I'm not trying to upset the apple cart, but for me, it's the measure of people that this affects versus the city.
But the fire station does affect.
I know, but the elevator, I mean,
That's why they have poles, right?
the elevator at the fire station is for regulatory compliance.
Yeah,
Right.
No, the firefighters don't need an elevator, they don't use the elevator.
no, I know.
But it is required for handicap,
Right.
regulatory requirements. So talk about regulatory requirement, yeah, that's what we need to have. The air conditioning systems here at the community center fail routinely. I mean, we've been like,
We've heard that.
we have had to cancel weddings, we have had to cancel events.
Yes.
Because they fail routinely. We're in the last legs of those systems. My office on Monday was pretty warm. The one side, because talking about the 12, different 13 units that we have, I didn't have air conditioning in my wing. So I was working out of the conference room. Yeah, we'll make it work, but the systems are really to the point that, and I'm not saying they should be third by any means. I mean, I agree with you and Jack that it can probably move down, but they are.
Move down, but it's important.
But they are important, yeah.
And where do we have outdoor restrooms?
Over by the.
Outdoor restrooms, at the concession areas.
Okay, those are part of the, I mean, we don't have,
Yeah, well,
Part of the concession.
Hurley Park has
okay,
some restrooms. We had restrooms at Vina del Mar. We had restrooms at.
right, they're associated with existing facilities.
Correct. Yes, they're not just right. No.
They're not portalets.
No, that's outdoor restrooms, I think.
I think this one is a little bit harder because there's a lot of things just grouped together.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
all these others are they're pretty critical.
So I've got a proposal. I've looked through these criteria and the rankings, and I've just got a couple of very small fine-tuning types of things, which would be generates cost savings. I would actually move that up, because if you replace the air conditioners and things of that nature, that's probably going to be helpful
Right.
that way. Ongoing operating costs, probably about the same. Public demand and public benefit, I'd probably knock both of those down to 4s.
Oh, they are.
Again, just from that idea of, in terms of truly critical versus not quite as critical.
So generates cost saving 4,
Yeah,
and public benefit 4, and public demand 4.
They already were 4s.
No, they were 5s.
Oh, I'm looking at the top. Okay, gotcha.
So, I mean, is there anything, oh, and regulatory mandate, I don't know, is there really any mandate there?
There is the elevator.
Only on the elevators.
The elevators are regulatory mandates.
Okay, maybe give that a 2 then or something, because some of the other stuff's not regulatory in nature. And that probably doesn't change things very
Well,
much.
you know, the generators for the fire station may be mandated at some
I would
place.
think there
Yeah,
would be.
yeah,
Yeah.
they could well be.
Yeah, there is a generator on 23, and this is the replacement cost of that.
Okay,
Fire station 22, as you all know, is in final design.
correct.
And when we build the new one,
Placement.
we'll
We'll have a generator.
This is the funding for the generator that will go in that facility.
So then going through as a recap, we downgraded regulatory mandate is a 2, generates cost savings is a 4, public benefit and
4.
public demand are both 4s.
Right.
Okay. Generator power for city facilities.
Now, we talk about
Yeah,
generators.
I think we discussed this one.
Yeah, so this one,
I thought that was in them. That-
it was, no.
I thought that,
We talk about
Number was in
generators
there.
twice.
Yeah, so what do you want to do? So you've got 2 projects.
For generators. They include generators.
Right. So
One is-
how do you want to keep the ranking on generator power for city facilities? Leave it as it is? Or do you want it to mirror, what's your pleasure?
So if the generators are not in facility renovations that we just went through,
Yes.
I would probably drop a couple of my rankings there, because when we get to ranking generator power for city facilities, I'm going to have a tendency to rank that highly on a number of dimensions.
This is just for public works. This page, generator power for city,
Oh, okay, that's right.
just for public works.
what page is just for public works? The one we're looking at right now?
Yeah, generator.
So the generator power includes City Hall, Fire Station 23, Public Works, and Community Center,
I think, but
scheduled in different years.
The City Hall generator was already in facility renovations.
I think what we have
We
to
just did.
What we have to do is we have to just, I think this slide is a little bit, you've got to look at this separately, this other one. This is just, as Jack said, just for public works, the slide that's upcoming. And it was included in the generator power for city facilities, but this is a separate,
At least that's how I see it, is
that's how it is, it's
public
separate.
works
So-
up top.
So just look at the unadjusted scores for facility renovations with a score of 76, and generator power for city facilities with a score of 60.
Right,
But
and,
that's-
and these monies,
That seems out of line to
well,
me.
these monies that on the line are for more than just public works.
Yeah.
So you got public works, but the monies cover, it looks like they cover all the generators.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you look at this slide, you'll see the different areas that are being covered here. So,
I wonder if these two should be merged together.
with facility renovations, we could do that.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
yeah, just merge generators into,
Merge those two.
Yeah.
And then I guess on the next one too, which is the HVAC.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we'll merge those 3 into facility renovations.
and
And we
it'll
basically
main
ought to have a score of 70 or so
76,
combined.
that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Because, yeah, just one, I
so we
agree.
just merged
that makes sense.
with facility renovation. Okay,
With
both of
the
them.
next two. HVAC, yeah.
Okay.
Fire Station 22 reconstruction.
Right. Well, the good news is that the $2 million has been included in the budget by the governor, so we got those.
He signed it.
$2 million. He signed.
He did sign it.
Budget, yes.
Oh,
That's
good.
done. We got $2 million program from city money. Now, the construction of this project will not really begin until mid to, I would say summer of '24, fall of '24.
Okay.
Right, the commission has accepted one of the two alternatives for design that the architect provided. The historic board was on the same page and recommended that to be done. That design requires some variances. So the architect is preparing the package to go to the Board of Appeals to hear those variances. Once the clearance is being given, saying, okay, with the variances are approved, they can go into final design of the facility. That final design of the facility is going to take about a year before we get to the final point, and then we actually start bidding and constructing this facility. The $4 million initial estimate might be light,
Yes.
and we might be looking at adding a couple of $1 million to the project, but that will not be happening until this time next year. We'll have a better idea exactly how much we need to add to the project.
What if they say no to the variance?
Then there is an optional design that doesn't require any variances, which is a smaller footprint. All of the minimum requirements for fire accreditation are there,
Okay.
but the spaces that they will have for cooking, for exercise, and all that will be smaller than what we would like to give them.
Hopefully
But
the variance,
the board acts independently, so we'll submit them there, and hopefully
they get the
they'll approve.
variance.
Okay. All right, so do you want to keep the ratings the same? How does everyone feel?
Where are we now? Are we on
I'm-
HVAC?
No, fire
67.
station 22,
Station 22.
reconstruction. We included HVAC in,
In this,
Yeah.
the 70,
right.
Yeah.
okay, bundled them, okay, that's great.
Now we're talking about fire station 22 reconstruction.
Which one is 22? Is it this
Down the
one?
Paso Grill.
Yeah, Facet Grill.
Is 20.
Yeah, it's the one on 20th Avenue.
This one here is
Paso Grill.
23.
Okay.
There is a mandate, we have a 0 for a mandate, but it should be at least a 1 or a 2, because the facility is kind of,
It's not compliant with,
it's not compliant with FEMA.
Correct, and every time that we have a storm, they have to evacuate the area, which is problematic in the sense that when we reoccupy the island, then we have to make sure that they can get back there.
sure the island's not protected as well.
So we should give it a 3, then, or 4.
Regulatory mandate, sure.
Yeah,
4.
4.
Okay.
Frequent problems,
3.
3. Ability to finance, we have a 3.
Cost of project.
We don't know, we can leave it as it is.
I think 2's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not going to be cheap.
And
Now,
cost,
the cost savings, I have a question about, assuming the new facility gets built, I don't see any particular reason for costs to go up.
No, the cost should go down.
Yeah.
I would think.
Cost should go down, not radically, but
yeah. Your insurance premiums will,
So I'm okay with the 3.
Yeah,
yeah.
Ongoing operating costs,
There's a lot of issues, so that's probably why we gave it a 5. Adrian,
that's good. I mean, you're saying that future operating costs are going to be lower. It's basically what's being said when you give it a 5.
I think as it stands in the ground, well, boy, this thing gets,
I feel like I should be standing on my head with some of these.
No, it is, the costs go down 7 to 5.
okay. That's where I get confused, okay. Anything else on there?
Everything looks
How about synergy with other projects? You want to at least rank it? It's up to
I
you.
would lower public demand to a 2 because I doubt that the public is demanding this. Perhaps they should, but
I think
they
the-
don't know that much.
I think they are.
I think the people in Paso Grill
They
are.
want it,
Are
they
they?
want it.
Oh, yeah,
Are they?
because at one
They-
time,
They wanted to close it.
they
remember?
proposed closing that fire station.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then there was absolute, I would call it outrage.
All right.
Yeah.
In that case,
Well, that's,
Yes, that's well defined.
Yeah, and synergy with other projects, do you want to give it
give it a 2 or
a
3.
2?
Yeah.
Which issue you guys prefer?
2 is fine.
2, okay. All right, so everything else, the only changes we made were regulatory mandate, we gave it a 4, and synergy, we
Synergy,
gave
2.
it a 2. All right. Apparatus replacements,
We always need
This
good
is an easy one
apparatus.
because,
yeah.
according to, what Jack was saying, this is 100% refunded by the
I
county.
think- Yeah,
Yeah.
This is.
I thought that we had
And
gotten this done already, okay. Good, so we
So
can,
the cost of the project to the city, we should give that a 5, not a 2.
right.
And the
Oh, wait.
ability to finance, we should give a 5 instead of a 3.
wait.
I don't know about regulatory mandate, but I
I would
would
think,
assume there's some,
Yeah, I think that's at
Regulatory
least have a
mandate there.
1.
yeah.
Yeah. Somebody says you have to have a fire department.
okay,
Cost savings is probably going to be a positive, so move that up to a 2 or a 3.
wait, let me just, wait.
How does it generate cost savings? Let me think.
Well, to 2017, it probably breaks down.
Lower maintenance, okay.
So, how would you want to do that as a 3?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to give it a 1 for synergy? It should have something on there.
Sure.
And 1 for the comp plan, it's required to do all things. So with that, then, the changes that we made were regulatory mandate, we gave it a 1, ability to finance 5, cost 5, cost savings 3, synergy 1, and comp plan 1. Okay, beautification of Gulf Boulevard.
So as you all know, the comp plan basically had set up a target to create 10-foot sidewalks along Gulf Boulevard. And we're currently in the process of assessing which areas we can start building some of the 10-foot sidewalks. And these are areas where we have identified, stretches where we on and off of a right-of-way that we can begin building this. So there's a request for $192,000 to start doing this. It's one of those things that is going to be awkward at the beginning because you're going to have expansions and pinching, but you got to start somewhere. And that's where we're putting this.
So expanding the medians
No, expanding these sidewalks that will go basically into some of the soil areas there.
Why do they have to be expanded? Because then it takes away the biking lanes.
No, we're not taking away the biking lanes. This is expanded towards the private property side.
Then we already have the right to take that property if we need to, right?
Well,
On the private
these
side.
areas here, there's existing public right-of-way where they can be done. Every new development that comes forward is required to make their property compliance with the comp plan, which is basically, they're gonna have to do 10-foot sidewalks when they redevelop their property. And then we'll have a series of properties where we don't own right away, where we don't have any upcoming projects, that we're gonna start basically trying to negotiate easements with the individual property owners to develop the entire corridor.
But do you think, why do we need 10-foot sidewalks? I didn't understand that, like, so more people can walk together, or,
You know, we've asked that before,
I don't understand why. I
and
mean,
I don't remember the answer we got, why we're putting in 10-foot sidewalks.
And does it affect the parking of some of these businesses?
It might affect the parking in some other businesses, yes. Yes.
I don't think it's worth it,
I don't think it's worth
quite
it.
frankly.
How much does it cost to do a regular sidewalk versus a 10-foot?
About twice as much,
Really?
yeah. Because the regular sidewalk is 5.
But then,
I mean, are you getting complaints? I mean,
Huh?
Are you getting complaints, or?
The comp plan was basically envisioning creating more walkability in the city. And people feel a lot more comfortable walking in 10-foot sidewalks. When you walk in a 5-foot sidewalk, you are really, two people are pinching against each other. The typical walking standard is 3 feet per person. So your shoulders are not bumping into each other. When you got people coming in the opposite direction, then on a 10-foot sidewalk, then everybody has to be maneuvering around it. That's why,
People feel more comfortable on the 10-foot.
I just don't think that
Absolutely.
any more people are gonna walk because we widen the sidewalk.
I know, I don't see it
It's
either.
hot, and it's just,
You're gonna see.
Well, the tourists love it, they're walking all the time. And so-
Well, I know, but I'd rather spend the money towards making sure they get across the road safe.
Well, that's why I asked about extending the medians. I thought extending the medians here meant
yes, and then
extending the middle of the road,
And making sure these,
which makes it
bike
more
people,
difficult for people to cross the street,
But we did that before.
except at a crosswalk.
But the medians were wide, and then we narrowed them down because the bike paths were not good. But 10-foot sidewalks, I don't know, I mean,
I agree.
Well,
and I would think too that the beach or the big hotels, they want their people to stay there.
do we make that decision, or we just, is that the,
I can recommend that.
Yeah.
Give it a low score. I mean, if you don't feel that this is a high priority project, then you score accordingly.
right?
So when I drive down Gulf Boulevard at night, it's scary to me because the lighting is generally poor. And in tourist season especially, and on certain weekends, the sidewalks are really crowded.
Yes.
It's just about like people are just about spilling off of the sidewalks. So I guess I would argue in favor of 10-foot sidewalks from a safety perspective.
The people that are running and walking, they're still running and walking in the road, and 10-foot sidewalks. I mean, I just think I just don't think it does anything. I don't think it's from a cost benefit standpoint. I don't think it does anything. It may look better, but how are you going to say, okay, you can only walk 5 abreast, and you have 6 people, and one person has to walk in the back? You can't accommodate every situation. And why should we spend that kind of money to accommodate that situation?
Well, I think what it comes down to is setting a standard for the city.
What do other cities have, like Dunedin? I don't think they don't have 10-foot sidewalks.
No idea.
And they're,
My biggest concern is that, I know we say it's 192,000, but throwing this thing out another 5 feet, you're encroaching on a bunch of different stuff there. Underground line, I mean, I don't know what all it is, but
And,
right,
you
you,
know,
5
businesses,
feet
their
in,
problem.
you gotta really look at what you gotta move now. I don't know.
Keep in mind that every development that is being done on the boulevard is being required to do 10 feet. So, because it's in the comp plan, is there a land development code, is there
I said-
talk about
I said
regulatory
standard.
requirement, it is a regulatory requirement. Whether that requirement is right, wrong, or indifferent, it is a requirement that all of those developments are going to have to comply.
10-foot sidewalks.
10-foot sidewalks, yes.
Well, then we should be consistent in the city and make 10-foot sidewalks.
But why don't we wait till the development comes and let them pay for it?
Well,
Because
there's parts-
they're only going to do the portion
only
in
gonna
front
do it.
of their
On their property.
property, right?
And this is the other parts that aren't on the development property.
I mean, how can you accommodate every, you know, I don't know, like.
I don't think it should be in the
City used to
60s.
say, okay, 10-foot sidewalk, as I'm walking, you know, you just, you have to adjust your own personal.
Well, the problem is we're gonna have new property development with 10-foot sidewalks, then 5-foot sidewalks, and then 10-foot sidewalks.
Why don't we wait and see what
then
they do
5-foot sidewalks.
before we do anything?
Well, they have to put in 10-foot sidewalks.
Okay, so why do we have to do it now? Let them do it, and then we could do it later.
Well,
And use the money for setting aside for the real important projects.
Are there sidewalks on Gulf Boulevard that must be replaced because they've deteriorated to the point that they're unsafe?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So we don't need new sidewalks at all is one possibility.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let,
Right.
let them do it, and then we'll do it later, if we have
so
to.
delay the project.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm not in favor of it. I think there's a lot more cost to it than what we're even looking at.
So that says we need to re-rank these things.
rank it, the whole thing is 0.
Well, you've got beautiful,
I don't put it at the bottom. It doesn't matter though, it's just our thoughts. They'll take it and do what they want to do with it.
yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
I mean, if you look at Sarasota and Dunedin and places like that, you don't see 10-foot sidewalks. And Sarasota is a lot more busier in the, you know, the downtown district than we are.
Well, the downtown in Sarasota, yeah, that definitely has at least 10.
But they have 10, I don't know, I don't remember
I
10.
would-
I was there on Saturday, they were at least 10.
Mike, I remember wide sidewalks. I don't know if they're 10 feet, but they're not 5
Yeah.
in Sarasota.
I think some other projects are much more critical than this.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't know, the 192 may turn into 300.
Well, the commission has
Exactly.
discussed 10-foot sidewalks at one point. I can't remember. Well, I think the discussion was, why do we have 10-foot sidewalks behind the library or along the library?
Right.
Where it is now,
Yeah.
and
The
that's,
sidewalk to nowhere.
it's a
Yeah.
sidewalk to
I mean,
nowhere.
let's just change some of the rankings. Let's get it out.
Let's get it out of the way.
Okay.
Push it down some.
Push it
So
down.
public health and safety is not a 5,
No.
according to the
No.
sense of this group.
No,
All right.
So it's, call it a 2,
How about a 1?
that's fine.
1.
Employee, 0. Regulatory mandate, well, I could be in the comp plan.
Yep.
Well,
1.
but that comp plan's down at the
Down
bottom.
below, let's call it a
So
0.
0 for regulatory.
Frequent problems.
It depends, it's always going to, you know, on busy time, it's going to be busy.
Yeah.
So
So-
leave that at
That
2.
too. Ability to finance 4.
4 and 4 is fine
Yeah.
for those, because it's not that
Generates
expensive.
revenue? No. What revenue does it generate?
Doesn't generate revenue,
Not for the
Zero.
city.
0.
Cost savings, 0. Ongoing operational cost, 0. Age or conditioning, we said the others were okay, 0. Public benefit,
Split the difference.
give them a 2.
Public demand.
2.
Yep. Synergy, leave it, strategic,
Well,
that'll push it down.
Yeah.
2. Strategic goal?
Well, it's,
2?
2.
Okay. You know, just sorry that, I guess, I just couldn't see it. I'd rather spend the money elsewhere.
Go back to age or condition of existing, I'd give that at least a 2. I mean, these are not brand-new sidewalks
Right.
out there, so, not that they're in need of repair, but
All right.
regardless, it's going to drop that way below the 61.
It's going to come down to, as they implement the new developments, you're going to have 10-foot sidewalks, and we're going to have
And
to
who's
put it-
using them is those, what do you call them that they have
Electric
downtown?
bikes.
Electric bikes and the, town races. That's
Scooters.
downtown St. Pete. Yeah, scooters.
They're not supposed to be on the
They're on the
sidewalk.
sidewalk.
Neither of them are supposed to be on the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Well, that's a downside of 10-foot sidewalks, is
It
you
is.
get more
you
scooters.
get more scooters on there.
Well, we're going to get somebody killed on a scooter one of these days.
So off-subject question real quick. Any thought to improving lighting on Gulf Boulevard in the highly populated touristy areas?
Yes, as we're looking at the electrical undergrounding project, we are basically have the option to reconfigure the lighting on the boulevard. The problem is that if we're going to reconfigure the lighting, wants us to put amber lighting, which amber lighting we can put even lights closer together. It doesn't give you the clarity for the driver that you will normally do. So in a pull and push discussion with FDOT about the fact that amber lighting is great for turtle-friendly areas,
Right.
but when you have what is really a state highway in the middle of the city, the concern about the safety of the pedestrians should take over as much as we love our turtles, take over that. So we're
And
having
we
a
have
discussion.
obvious results and history of,
Oh yeah, we have a lot of accidents in that
Okay.
boulevard.
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I may take some items out of order, I got here Candice Galloway, who's our new Chief Information and Technology Officer, and there are a couple of technology projects that we just want to kick out while we have her here. So if we can make just good use of her time and just take over that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Come on, Candice.
Now,
Did-
does everybody have the list of what we're talking about?
They had the list, but they'll have it in their order. So let them shoot as to, so you just go back project by project. So
So which page number are we going to start with?
It's not a page number, it's on IT wireless network.
Okay, so it's basically got the list of projects starting with the wireless network redesign. Does everybody
Got it.
see that list?
It's on page 32 in the big spreadsheet,
got it.
PDF file.
All right. All right, so we'll start with the wireless access redesign, and that probably should be better named when we kind of were putting these things together and scoping the work. It's really encompasses our wireless network here at the city and all of our locations, but it involves and includes some of our core wired network connectivity. So if you can imagine, every building has a core network infrastructure to supply all the communications and supply web services and things that we're using at the city. There's both wired and wireless. So what we're proposing for this year is a redesign of how that is built and configured, such that we build in redundancy for that solution. We do have some single points of failure we want to take out of that environment as well, right, so that we aren't vulnerable to outages or extended outages. I can't say we wouldn't ever be vulnerable to outages, but certainly we'd like to minimize the risk of those outages by building in the redundancy for that as well. And some of the other needs that I've noticed, I've been here just now 6 months, been to every location we have, and we do have some challenges in just about every one in terms of connectivity and people being able to function, whether they're at their desk or they're walking to a conference room and things of that nature to do their job effectively. And so this bucket of money would allow us to do the redesign of the core network, that includes the wireless infrastructure for the city, and build in a little bit of monitoring and security along the way for that network, which, you know, we don't necessarily have in the capacity that we need to today. That's it in a nutshell. I certainly have a lot more information, so I want to make sure that I don't go too much detail for you all and provide an opportunity for questions or
That all makes sense. Something we need to do, obviously.
Yeah, we
Does
actually,
that include like this cybersecurity stuff?
That's next. It does include some security aspects, right? As we build out that new infrastructure, we'll be putting in some new tools. We'll be locking the network down, doing some more segmentation, so it helps us, yeah, on the security side.
so we actually have, let's see, 1, 2,
Cybersecurity VoIP.
Yeah, we've got 5 or
Right.
6 projects here,
Five.
which are pretty low dollar amount.
6,
Yeah.
7 projects. It would have been nice if they were all together. But,
Oh, no, that's good feedback. This is my first go-around, so I'm happy to take feedback.
this way, you know, so it'd be,
Just kind of rolled up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It'd be nice.
Innovate community cameras, citywide security, the AV solution to City Hall, which to me is important.
Absolutely.
The ability, you know, for me, if I can't be here to participate in a meeting like this
Yeah.
from a remote location,
Absolutely.
stuff like that is, to me, important.
I would agree, and we get a fair amount of feedback on that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess when we go to rank these, we can
Yeah, put them all together.
put them all
Yeah.
together.
And of course,
Rank them as a package.
cybersecurity, the city's had the experience, so obviously it's very important.
Yes.
Does this, will this include a citywide security system?
So it will, the cybersecurity bucket, the cybersecurity improvement does not. The citywide security system is a separate line item, but for future reference, I will roll these up into bigger buckets.
Well, the citywide security system is including cameras?
We are bundling those two together.
Okay.
I have it as two separate line items, but really it's a one
Yeah.
solution.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's right.
It doesn't hurt to be separate though, too, so it's a breakout of what you have, but I guess when we rank it, what we can do is there's 7 items, and
They're all important.
they're all important.
Are you including an innovation fund
Yeah,
as part of the 7?
Yeah,
That's a much bigger,
it's a much bigger budget item.
or leave the 6.
I think that one should be left.
Okay,
I'd like to ask about the community camera systems. What communities are we going to be filming, and what are we going to do with the content?
Yeah, so what we're planning to do right now is putting the camera systems throughout the city locations, right? So City Hall, Rec Center. This is to replace what we do have, which is pretty minimal at those locations, and put in a more robust system throughout all the city locations, right, that kind of roll up to city services. Now, we have also been asked to consider looking at putting some community cameras at various locations throughout the city. I don't have the exact list of what that's going to look like, but those are coming from Parks and Rec. I do believe that the commission had raised some concerns, and they wanted to look at possibly putting in some cameras in a few locations. So once I have that list of what we're proposing to put, we can certainly put back to you all in terms of what's in scope for the community itself. But this is by and large all the City Hall and, you know, and city associated service locations.
Inside and outside?
Inside and outside, yes, sir.
So I just want to differentiate that this is not a CCTV
Correct.
type of program.
Absolutely not.
With someone sitting at a master console,
Absolutely not.
watching the city, we're getting ready to send a squad car out.
Yeah,
We're
absolutely not.
basically
No.
talking about security for assets owned by the city,
You've got it.
just like the cameras I have at my house.
Right, security and
Same thing.
safety.
Yeah, that's absolutely
Okay.
right.
Absolutely makes a lot of
100%. That's all
sense.
it's about.
Okay.
That's all it's
Okay.
about, this line item.
And the other thing, I'd like to hear more about the innovation fund, since the request is for $200,000 a year for 5 years.
All right, so the innovation fund from my perspective, this first year, you know, I came from private industry, you know, organizations when they want to kind of stretch and grow, and kind of expand their capabilities and look at offerings that they put out for, whether it's products or services. In our case, it's services to the city residents, constituents, and others. We do want to have some funding for a test and learn team, right? So they can look at new capabilities. So within that, right, I don't have every project outline exactly what we're going to do, because that's the whole point, right, is to provide a bucket of funding so we can start looking at what are the areas of interest to the city. Is it the resident and constituent experience with the city and the services that we provide that we want to look at funding new ways or optimizing those processes or systems or services? Do we want to offer something completely brand new by way of something like drone capabilities for public safety, for example, right? That would potentially be one you might consider that might be of value to the city. So the idea would be to set aside, 0.5% up to anywhere 1 or 2%. So that, I think that's where, we kind of talked about the number came from of your budget to fund some innovation projects. And then we need to sit down and talk about how we're going to choose those innovation projects, who's going to help decide what those look like, and then we have that bucket of money to start those projects this year. And again, it's all about test and learn, right? We've got to get ourselves out there a little bit to see what's possible in terms of capabilities, how we can better leverage those capabilities to service the city. And then, do we roll out something beyond that test and learn for next year? Maybe it's not a test and learn, maybe it's an actual implementation of a new service or a new capability.
So this question may involve Alex as well, but how will it ultimately be decided that it's okay to spend some of this $200,000 on this project, but it's not okay to spend any of the $200,000 on that project?
I think I'll defer to you in terms of, I know that we would sit down in more of a stakeholder scenario, right?
The
Yeah.
commission.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, everything that we're going to spend has to come to the commission for final approval in terms of the actual individual projects. But the technology universe is changing dramatically right in front of us, from drone technology that has multiple applications for city uses to robotics that clean up parks and sidewalks and stuff like that, through artificial intelligence that can write an ordinance in 20 minutes as opposed to 3 weeks of people time. So while we don't really have, the actual specific projects yet, we know that there is so much opportunity in terms of completely revolutionizing the way they would do business, and that's what this fund is for. That is kind of, I was calling it innovation fund because it is that, but there is going to be
essentially pre-funding projects that will have to be approved again by the commission.
Yeah, and we'll be happy to, when those projects begin to take more exact shape and form. You guys meet, several times a year. We'll be happy to come to this group and everything else. But I like where we're going with this. I think that the city can really save a lot of money in the future by investing in some of this. Imagine. The fire department gets to a fire scene, right, at a house, and it can deploy immediately a drone with infrared cameras, and it knows where the hotspots are in the house. Their ability to attack and quickly react to the fire is completely different, right? Police departments are using also drones to, when you have a big event. So instead of having to walk through the event, they're patrolling to see if anybody is up there suspiciously looking for things that they can pick up, right? So there are many different alternatives on how we can just leverage this technology into doing business better.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is a good idea. Plus, at this point, we have the money to do it.
Right.
So it's not something that we can't afford. We can invest.
So if we set aside the monies, we have to make sure that that it's earmarked for, the innovation fund.
Yes.
And
Yes.
not looking and saying, oh, we've got $500,000 in that fund, let's spend it on something else. Then we're just doing what we don't want to do.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, how do you grade that, this fund? I mean, it might be a little bit more challenging than when you have a specific project, but it is something that,
Well, it's like, should the city be state-of-the-art in doing things? From a safety point of view, from a business point of view, from a clean up the beach point of view, pick up all the cigarette butts automatically,
right.
So forth and so on.
So I just looked through the 7 projects here, and it, trying to do this math in my head, which I'm not real good at, but it looks to me like we're looking at roughly $560,000 across all 7 of these projects, with 1 or 2 projects not having a dollar amount assigned to them, but presumably that could be covered through the innovation funding in a given year or whatever. So would it make sense for us to just evaluate one of these, but we're evaluating all
All of them.
7?
Right.
I think that's
At the
just
same time.
where we're going.
That's
where
where
I'm
we're going. So if we,
I'm not sure the dollar amount's right, though.
Yeah, it's over
Okay.
$1.5 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that seems
So why
pretty
don't we
light.
The last one's $1 million.
why don't we do this? Why don't we take the first
So I'm
6?
not real good at math.
No, but
But
let's,
look at the top line.
Yeah.
It tells you right there how much it,
yeah, let's take the top 6, or the 6, and evaluate all of those under one, and then do the last one, that's the $1 million, and do that one separately. Does that make sense?
Sure.
That's
Does that
fine.
make sense, Mary Lou?
yeah, like I said.
So we can start with,
Do we have the slide that they're looking at that can be put up? I guess I can see, is this it here? No.
Jeannie, do you have it up there?
The slide that they're actually using at the moment, okay, so can you give me a slide number on that, if you don't mind?
let's see.
We're looking at, what is this?
I think we're going to pick one, and
And the top one
We're looking
would-
at wireless network.
is,
No, it's not, it's
wireless
not part of the
network
slides.
access redesign.
In there. Okay, that's what I was a little
$75,000.
So what we could do,
So if we're grouping them together,
We're going to evaluate all but which one of the IT?
the last
all
one.
but the last
The
one.
Innovation.
Innovation fund.
Innovation fund will be
And so I think that's 6
yeah,
So the
So
first one,
evaluating.
yeah,
Okay. So I would propose on the page of wireless network access design, using that as our master template.
Right.
Public health and safety, I think that's a 4.
okay,
Okay.
That's pretty high.
are you ranking, are you looking at all of them?
Yes.
yeah.
All 6,
So,
all but the last
so
one.
that's wireless network access.
Yeah. and
That's
that-
also
And that would,
cybersecurity.
Yep.
yep,
Yep,
That's
And both
also
programs,
whatever that platform is.
ITC.
the VoIP
Um,
platform,
Yep.
voice over internet
and
protocol.
citywide
City Hall
security,
AV solution.
Yep.
community camera.
Citywide security system and the citywide or the community camera system.
Okay,
Employee health and safety.
Yeah, so everything but the innovation fund. And incidentally, I only counted 200,000 in the innovation fund because I was looking at
you were
next
looking
year's
at the
budget.
200,000 at first, I know.
Yeah,
What's
he was
the
looking
other
at 2024, not the
My math-
entire.
My math was on point.
Employee health and safety.
That could actually be, you know,
4.
important for, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a 4.
It's kind of-
Regulatory mandate.
No.
I think the state has come out with some cybersecurity mandates, I'm sure of.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but-
federal mandate.
Yeah, but
Yeah. So
So
give
I-
it a
you're
2
looking at
anyway.
phones, you're looking at
Okay.
cameras, you're looking at,
Okay, so you say a 2?
Yeah.
Frequent problems is, we don't,
I'd give that a 3. I mean, it's, if you have an IT system, you have frequent problems.
ability to finance? And that would be like a 2?
Sure.
Yeah,
Cost of the project,
2.
2?
Generates revenue.
Wait a minute, ability to finance and cost of the project, let's back up again.
But that's,
We're going to have to stand on our heads again.
I know we
These are
are,
pretty low-cost projects, so our
So be
ability
0.
to finance them, I think, is a 4.
yeah.
no, ability, no.
It's easy to find.
Okay,
And one or two of them are grants, so that it's not even going to come out of the city's pocket.
so you
I
want
think
to
it's a
say,
4.
okay,
Ability to finance for.
We're definitely going to have to rethink some of
I
these.
know. Cost of the project?
4,
Okay.
for the same logic. Revenue
Generate-
0.
It doesn't generate.
It could generate cost savings,
Sure.
Correct, yeah, I was going to say that.
definitely.
Maybe
Three.
give it a 2 or a 3.
How about a 3? There's some ongoing operational costs, but they're, from a cost-benefit standpoint,
Yeah, give it a 2.
Yep.
age of existing, we don't, oh yeah, we do have our
They're basically saying it's outdated.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
stuff
you-
that's out there is
You
outdated.
can give that a 4.
Yeah.
And every other year, you can give it a 4.
and its public benefit would be a 4,
4.
Yeah,
and demand would be a 4. Because when, at the meetings,
Well, I mean,
what do you think, Natalie?
make it a 2.
yeah.
All right,
Synergy, 3.
Yeah.
Strategic goal, 4. Comprehensive,
81?
1 or 2, yeah.
1.
Yeah.
And so what does that give us? That probably gives us something in the high 60s, I'm
Yeah,
guessing?
that's probably
Yeah.
good.
Now, when we go ahead and, this one's a little bit more difficult to rate, but it's important.
So where are we going now? The
We're going
innovation fund?
Innovation fund, yeah.
I've got to take a break.
Are you okay, Jeff?
You don't view this as an equipment replacement fund where you're replacing routers and computers every 2 or 3 years, do you? This is
No.
truly innovation.
That's right. I would be presenting, I have a separate bucket, right, if I'm for hardware lifecycle management.
Okay.
Completely separate specifically for that, so would not
So
be
this would just about be brainstorming.
brainstorming, doing proof of concept, design, maybe outlining the workflows that we might want to optimize within the business. There's a lot of opportunity there, right, to better automate some of our processes behind the scenes so that, systems and services are better delivered to the constituents, faster, more consistent, standardized, reliable. So it might include some things like that as well. So helping map processes and map that to technology for proof of concept design.
Okay.
Okay. All right, public health and safety, it could all, it's gonna be a positive impact
Yeah.
when we don't know, how much. Do you wanna just do it a 3 or a 4?
Yeah, I'm going to think about it as a big picture thing. So let's say that the one we just ranked,
Yes.
that all added up to 70, and I don't know what it added up to, but let's say it added up to 70, okay? Then I would rank this one somewhere in the low to mid 60s, just because of the cost aspects of it, bigger.
And plus, there's no
dollar amounts.
defined,
Yeah.
nothing's really defined.
So but the public health and safety and the employee, whatever, you wanna keep that as, it could be a great benefit, it could be 4 or 3.
Yeah, we just don't know. There's some uncertainty. And incidentally, I support it. It's not
Yeah,
the
me too,
problem.
it's just not,
We're just trying
We
to
don't know
rank
what we're
these
supporting.
things in
Yeah,
terms of
it's hard.
priorities.
I'm sure it's hard to rank when.
So how do you want to look at that? Do you want to look at that as a 3, middle of the road, or a 4?
Yeah, yeah.
Good thing I have an eraser.
Because, from the safety point of view, it has tremendous capabilities. From the
Yeah.
operational efficiency point of view, it has tremendous
Yeah.
capabilities.
So let's do that, and I thought of it in that way, as he did too, so maybe a 4?
Yeah, if we compared it to
The
the
other,
previous ranking we just did, I think all of the rankings would be pretty much the same, but the exception would be benefit to the public and employees would have to be a little bit lower because of the uncertainty associated with those benefits.
so you had so they were both rated as a 4, so,
Then we'd give this 3s.
okay, wait. And then the strategic goal, synergy with the other projects.
Well, I think I'd look at cost first.
Okay.
So the cost would be, because it's more costly, so it would be somewhat more negative. So you put the operating costs, project costs, make those 4s instead of, I think we had 3s or something.
No, we did have 4s.
Did we have 4s?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, got to stand on my head again. It's not make it 3s. Make them 3s for this one then.
And maybe we should go back, let's go back up so that it's all in order. Regulatory mandate, we gave that a 2. We don't really have a regulatory mandate on that right now.
So just leave that as a 0.
Frequent problems,
For the innovation,
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of,
Right.
you know, I mean,
right?
yeah, nothing that I can come up with specifically.
I'd give it a 2. I mean, there's
at least.
the whole thing about IT is solving problems.
Ability to finance, we gave it a 4 before, we can give it a
Give it a 3.
3.
Cost of project, a 3.
Gave that a 3. Generates revenue, it's going to eventually.
Yeah, he has the potential to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so at least give it a 3 or 2.
What kind of revenue?
Well, first of all,
Like what?
well, you won't need as much manpower to do something.
But that's a cost savings, not revenue.
And, well, so you have more working capital. I overthink things. Wait,
Okay, so I think generates revenue is 0, but generates cost savings. In many cases, that's going to be the acid test of whether you do the project or not. So I'd give that a 3 or a 4, cost savings.
I would agree with that.
okay, so which one do you want, a 3 or 4?
3.5.
We get just getting punchy.
Give it a
Tell you, I
3.
didn't sleep last night. How about maybe a,
Let's give it a 3. We
Yeah,
don't
how
know
about
exactly
a
what they're
Yeah,
gonna do
I-
yet.
you want a 3? Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah. Age or condition, I mean, there's no,
There isn't any, so it'd be 0.
yeah.
Ongoing operation costs, I'd give it a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Public benefit could be higher, yeah.
Yeah, we gave that a 3 and a 3. And synergy with other projects. It will be eventually,
That has the potential to benefit a lot of the different.
everything,
things
so
that-
at least a 3 or
Give it a
4.
3 or 4.
Certainly the business enablement.
Yep.
I'll give it a 4, then if it's strategic goal
3.
and comp plan, we can give that a 1.
Yeah.
What was age or condition? What was that one?
0.
0.
Good.
Is that it?
Thank you for helping us,
Thanks, honey.
guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Very much.
Awesome.
Any follow-up questions, let me know. Appreciate your time.
I thought when we go back to the Gulf Boulevard improvements, we have 3.
What are you looking at now?
We have like 4 things that allude to sidewalks.
Yeah, we talked about sidewalks, then
Right.
we got
3, 4.
small segment of sidewalk on 73rd Avenue. So if you go back and go forward two slides,
So we've done Gulf Boulevard improvements.
Yeah.
right,
We're on 73rd Avenue sidewalk
Yeah.
network.
right,
Okay.
yeah. Brian, can you go forward too, please? Right, so we have currently done on the town center district, the sections in blue. And then in order to connect all the way to the boulevard, we just need the last section that's in green there. And one of you made a comment about sidewalks to know where sidewalks are going to go to nowhere until they connect to something else, and that's how you build them. If you don't have sidewalks, you got to start somewhere. So at the beginning, they're going to be odd pieces, but you can create an entire network in one day. So this will basically connect 73rd as a good pedestrian option all the way to the boulevard by building that section between the library and the fire station, which right now people have to walk, get back onto the road, and I do that very often when I go to the fire station. But that's no other way to cut through. Otherwise, you can try to go through the parking lot, but there's a wall between the fire station and the bank. So it's not an expensive project. I think it's $35,000 to complete that segment over there.
So west of the green line, is that well sidewalked? I've walked it, but I don't recall.
No, there's nothing there right now.
Yeah, I don't think.
We're kind of, what are we ending in, looking to the west now? We're ending in the parking lot where PJ's is and the...
No, this is a fire station.
That's the
Is the
fire
fire
station.
That's the fire station.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're on the
The library.
east side of the boulevard,
Okay.
south of Corey. PJ's is on the opposite side of that.
All right.
I haven't looked, has anyone moved into the Wells Fargo
No,
premises yet? No?
not that we know, no.
So how do you guys want to rank that? Public health and safety?
I guess it's a high, high number, right? Public health and safety,
Two.
sidewalk.
I, 2, but yeah, because I don't think if it was narrower, I'd make it 5.
Oh, is it 10 footer? Is it a 10 footer?
Yeah, that's per code. That's the city code, you know? So you're assessing the sidewalk, not the width, because the width is defined by code.
Well,
Just think of it that way.
but the width, we don't have, I mean, the width is defined by code?
Yeah,
but
so
by
yeah,
the
we
comp plan.
can't build 5.
The new,
We'll be against
We don't have a
the code.
choice. So we better not, okay.
the city's code.
Right.
So we have-
But it is the code, yeah.
Okay.
Employee health and safety.
Oh, what do we do for public health and safety? That would be a 4?
Yeah.
Employ the fire, regulatory mandate, not until we get down, it's not really yet.
What's
It's
the
in the
city's code now?
The
Yeah,
code
but
is
the
one.
code is, I was gonna put in comp plan, but okay, then the city code, what do you wanna put it as?
1.
1?
1?
1.
But it's,
One.
Is that regulatory mandate you're on?
yeah, I don't think you can, I think we better take a look at the,
Make it 0.
Well, it's in the city code.
it's in the city, but it's actually in the comp plan.
But the city code does not tell us we have to build this sidewalk.
No, that's
They
true.
just say if we
So
build
you're
it, it's
0.
got to be 10 feet. So,
But the comp plan is where we have to give it a rating.
right.
Frequent problems, I don't know of any, but
No.
0. Ability to finance,
I'd give it a 1 for the frequent problems, because
There's
when you
no-
are walking without a sidewalk, it's a bit of a
Right.
problem around here.
okay, ability to finance,
Give it a 4.
Yeah.
35,000, cost of project, give it a 4.
Yeah.
Revenue, 0.
cost
Generates
savings,
Cost savings,
0.
operational cost 0.
0.
No, ongoing operational costs should be 0, so that should be
Yeah.
a 4 in our rating scheme. That's a good thing, that there won't be
No cost,
ongoing
right.
operating costs.
Age or condition of existing, we don't,
There's no
I'd
existing.
give it a 4,
There's
'cause,
nothing.
yeah.
there's a little sidewalk there, isn't there?
No.
No, so 0. Public benefit,
It's the opposite. We don't have an
We
asset
don't
right
have
now.
anything, so the condition is very poor. That means this project will make it better.
Public benefit,
3,
3.
demand 3, synergy with others,
2.
2, strategic goal,
1.
1 in the comp plan, 1. Yes, it's, it's kind of confusing with the regulatory mandate when the comp plan says we have to do it that way.
So,
I'm overthinking it.
no, you're not actually. It's interesting. Public benefit, I think we ought to revisit that. I know, talking about the number of boots that hit that sidewalk, it's not going to be that many, I don't think. This is not like we're putting in 5 miles of sidewalk that's going to service every resident of St. Pete Beach.
So give it a 1.
Yeah, give it a 1, I think.
And public demand should be a 1 too.
I think so.
Okay.
That sidewalk is probably most used by people parking in the library lot on weekends, going to the beach.
Or people coming to the market on Sundays.
The market on
Yeah.
Sundays.
The market on
The
Sunday.
people use the sidewalk
That's
network
a better example.
to come.
So,
Forgot about the market.
so we right or wrong with 1-1? Public demand, public benefit. Why don't we give the public benefit a 2
Okay,
Sounds good.
and a demand a 2?
that's
And
good.
then we're consistent.
And what's comp plan?
And the comp plan of 1?
Yep. Asphalt replacement program? Is that what we're looking at now?
Yeah.
529.
Yeah, go to the next slide. We already talked about this one. Right, so
Sunset.
currently in the system, we have 2 projects that are funded. One is the purple section, where is connect, having a section of sidewalk along Corey Avenue that connects to Sunset Way. Then Sunset Way has intermittent sidewalks between Corey Avenue and 71st. There are sections that have a sidewalk, sections do not have a sidewalk. You see a lot of people walking to the new hotels and restaurants that have developed along this area.
Heavy duty use.
Heavy duty traffic. I have seen, which scares me, people in wheelchairs in the middle of the road because there's no sidewalks. So the way to connect this with the least amount of impact is put the sidewalk on the west side of the road, and because there are parts and pieces of sidewalk on the west side of the road. So that's funded all the way down to the blue line on 71st. And then, so the last piece that we are doing, which is called the Beach Plaza component, we'll take it from the corner of 71st and Beach Plaza all the way down to the existing sidewalk on Upon Beach.
Okay.
So that you'll have an entire connection between Upon Beach all the way to that section over there.
Millions of people walking in the street there.
Right.
So
Yeah.
tying it right into Upham Beach sidewalk there.
Correct. Now, we've been able to look at the right-of-way that we have, which is pretty wide, and all of the configuration will be within the existing asphalt footprint. So we're not going into the apartment areas have some green area that's actually public right-of-way, but they beautify that and they have maintained that. So there will be an asphalt on the west side of the road if you go to the next slide. Right. So starting from west to east, you'll have the sidewalk, then you have some parking, then you have the drive lane, then you have a parking lane, then you have median, another parking lane, and then the driveway lane going northbound. So as a result of all of this, we'll be creating, I believe it's 6 more parking spaces, and we make about $2,000 per parking space per year. So it's about $12,000 per year. So there is additional revenue coming from this. It is a safety improvement because there's a lot of people that once you get your spot on Upper Beach, you don't want to leave that spot, but they want to go to all the restaurants and all the amenities that have developed on the other side. So I think this makes a nice little project there, and it will significantly improve also visually the way it looks because it'll have a median with some landscaping in it and the like.
Public health and safety.
So we should probably then, these two just really should be merged together.
Yeah.
Which two?
Asphalt and Sunset Way. Do you think,
No.
no?
No, I don't think asphalt's got anything to do with this.
No.
It doesn't, no. Asphalt's a separate deal.
Oh, I was talking about these two.
Yeah, those are together.
Two, or
Those are
just one?
together. They're, the first one on 46 basically describes the entirety of what we're doing. Right, and then we are allocating money right now for the Beach Plaza typical section, and that's what the budget is that we have for that.
What's the number?
So we have,
Do you guys know? You see it?
Did we rank the asphalt replacement?
No, we didn't.
We didn't.
No, we
We
didn't.
basically skipped that one, I think.
Right, that's next.
I thought you left it at the same as last year, because it's the same asphalt replacement program as last year.
Yes. I don't remember. Anyway, right now, we're talking
Yeah, I
about
think we skipped.
Yeah, let's finish this.
Sunset Way and Beach Plaza sidewalks, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
And I've walked that many, many, many times, and I would say this is a good project.
This is a safety issue.
Yeah.
I would give it a 5 for public health and safety.
Okay.
Employee health and safety, probably a 3. Regulatory, I don't think there's any regulatory mandates.
0.
Yeah.
Frequent problems, 2.
Well, the regulatory mandate, we're not really ADA compliant in that segment of the road.
Oh, so then, okay, then. How about it?
Because you're required to have
Good.
sidewalks.
So give it a 2 then.
Frequent problems,
Maybe 2?
yeah.
Yeah.
Ability to finance,
4.
yeah, this costs nothing.
Yeah. Cost of the project?
What was ability to finance?
4. Here, Ginny, I'll give you my notes too if you,
Cost of the project.
93,000. What? 4.3? What?
Cost of the project is a 4. 'Cause it's not very expensive.
Right.
Right.
okay. No revenue?
No, doesn't generate it.
There is
Yeah, no, there is revenue
revenue from parking.
for additional parking spaces.
That's
Oh,
right.
So
okay, that's right.
give that a 3 maybe, or 2.
How much was that, 2? How much was,
12,000
12,000
per space. No.
total.
2,000 a space.
2,000 a space.
Spaces.
generates cost savings?
0.
Yeah.
Ongoing operational, 0?
Major consistent.
There isn't,
Again, I'd give it a 4 by the same logic that we used before, which is there are no sidewalks there, so
okay.
Yeah.
And
Public benefit is 5.
well, not everybody benefits from it,
I'd
Okay,
maybe a
I'd
3?
make that a 3 or a 4.
3.
3, and public demand, a 3?
Yeah,
Synergy with other projects,
give it a 3.
3. Strategic goal,
2,
2 and 2.
and comp plan, 1?
All right, well,
sure.
now the other one is the beautification, asphalt replacement.
Right.
Oh, okay.
This is where
I have the sidewalks on my mind.
This
Sorry
is, this
about
is where they dig up the asphalt and make it pretty, correct?
No, this is the
No.
same that we talked in
No.
slides 28 and 29. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so,
Remember, we talked about the PCI index
the
and the,
PCI.
Okay.
and the map, right? Like,
I wonder if we should merge that together then with,
Which one are you talking about right now?
Is that two separate items?
What number? I mean, which, I'm sorry, what,
The street rehab program and asphalt.
yeah,
yeah, we
on
should.
our
The
computer.
asphalt replacement should go with the,
Yeah.
This says,
What number are you guys
We'll-
on the computer?
streets with excessive asphalt and continue the program. So in my mind, that was, as I said, the program where we're going into neighborhoods, but I'm wrong.
No, we'll clean that up.
do we need,
This refers back to slide 28.
Oh, no. I'm
28?
sorry. This is,
what is
the title of this is confusing. Okay, now I just read the description. This is not that.
what is this?
So what we have been doing is that we've been working with property owners who have paved over the soil areas in front of their homes.
Oh, yeah, with brick, with
Right.
pavers.
And this is
I've
what I
seen
said.
it.
Pull out the
Yes.
asphalt, and make it pretty.
Yes, my bad. I was thinking of something else, so yes. So that basically we've done 2 phases of that. We've done about 25 homes. We're right now collecting names for, other phases. It improves, number one, it improves drainage on the road because it removes asphalt and puts, grass and trees. Secondly, it is a beautification project at the same time. So we're, by next year, we'll probably be looking at replenishing the kitty that was established about a year and a half ago, and we've been spending it through. But that's what that is for. At some point, we are looking to go from having people volunteer to actually start doing some of these projects as a mandated by the city, because it is a right of way, and it is important to maintain those soil areas green so they perform the reason why they were created. The reason why you have a soil area is to take some of the water from the road and have it percolated through an impervious area. So that's what this is.
That's the area between the sidewalk and the road with the green space that,
Between the sidewalk and, correct, on the road, right.
yeah, you know what?
Now, a lot of people just threw asphalt over the years. I don't think anybody was really watching or regulating what they were doing.
Yeah, because I see a lot of it where a lot of people, first, just in Bella Vista, this has been happening. There's been, major construction, so the contractors, if a person tries to keep their green space, the contractors just drive right over it, or people in Bella Vista are parking on the green space and not maintaining it, and the grass is growing up, and, we've had people, if they're gonna, my husband would shoot them if they start parking on the green space, because we spend a lot of time and effort to keep it nice, and, so if a contractor came and then hopped the curb and then parked on it, no. But, there's been that option where, and I have a neighbor, and she had a lot of issues. I said, you have to call the city, and the code guy, and tell them to have these people to stop parking there, because the people who were renovating their house didn't want anybody to park in their area, so they parked in her place, because she's by herself.
Right.
It wasn't right, and actually what else they were doing is, they were throwing out garbage and leaving it, and somebody, she thought, threw out something and her dog died. you know, so it's a real problem, but it's not up to the city, it's up to us to make sure that we maintain things to look nice.
So if I understand this project correctly, I walk Gulf Boulevard north of 75 fairly often.
Okay, so you know what the area is.
I think I
That's
do.
the worst area of the city.
What I
north
see
end of the
is
city.
in the easement, I see people that have concreted in
Yeah.
the easement.
Yep.
And I see people that have put asphalt in the easement. So this money would be used to go in and rip that stuff out at the city's expense.
Right,
Yep.
yes.
And replace it with grass. Again, at the city's expense.
Correct.
And trees.
Okay.
But if you, as a homeowner, and there's been homeowners that have concreted the sidewalks, you know, that's a violation, and so why should we pay for it when they did it and they're not supposed to?
But the tricky part of this, yes, and we could take a heavy hand and do that, but this asphalt on those areas was probably put in 20, 30 years ago. The house has changed hands 3, 4 times, and to show up in somebody's house and say, by the way,
Yeah.
you know, you have this thing on here and it's a violation, and we just want to now you to pay for it, even though nobody has enforced this for 3 decades. It's a little heavy-handed.
I see what you're saying.
So, yes, we could do that. We have the right to do that. We're trying to take this different approach by saying, first, we're trying to get volunteers to do this. And what's happening is that the more people that volunteer to do this, the more people are seeing, oh, that house looks a lot nicer than it was before.
Yeah.
And we're getting more volunteers as a result of that. Eventually, like what I was saying is that we'll get to the point that we're going to tell people, we're going to head and do this because it's a right of way. We have the right to do this. When we're trying to reverse a policy that has not been implemented or enforced over 30 years, it's hard to really just go and say all of a sudden, you all got to change the way we've been doing this. And
And this is something that's a positive. I think the city, the residents would be thrilled if
well,
they,
they are. The number of letters that we got from the people that have gotten this done, and it's like all of a sudden they feel like, you know, the house is transformed and the neighbors feel that it is.
And the house is
and
more.
and at the end of the day, it raises property values.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to get my money back
yeah.
eventually because the property taxes are going to go up because the values in the neighborhood are going back. So it's kind of a reinvestment in the neighborhoods.
It's nice, okay. All right, guys, so how do we want to go ahead and rank this?
Public health and safety. I don't think there's any public health and safety.
Give it a 1.
Yeah. Employee health and safety.
Give it a 1. Yeah, we're putting the employees at risk when the homeowner comes out to shoot them.
Regulatory,
Tearing up their asphalt.
regulatory mandate is 1. It could be enforced.
Well,
Well, they're in violation of
yeah, but,
probably permit.
right, but as Alex said, that, you know, you don't want to have a heavy hand. Well, I
But
guess
it-
you could put a 1.
Even though it's not, it is, we could make them do it, so it's a regulatory mandate.
Yeah, I'd give it a 2.
Frequent problems, nah, I don't know.
It's a common problem.
Well,
And it's not like flooding that happens frequently. It
There'd
happens
be less
all the
flooding
time
if,
once
on the
it's
streets
there, but-
if there was drainage with the green space as opposed to concrete.
1,
Yeah, let's give that a 1 at least.
ability to finance 4,
Cost of
cost
project
budget 4.
Now,
generates,
we're saying that the cost of the project is low enough to be highly desirable.
I
Yeah.
think so.
That's what we're saying when we give it a 4.
I
Yeah.
think so.
that might be a mitigation effort too. I mean, stretch it.
I mean, 250,000 is not a lot of money.
No. Generates revenue, no. Is that a 0?
Yep.
Yeah.
Generates cost savings,
Nope.
no.
Ongoing operation costs, 0.
Age or condition of existing,
Wait a minute.
wait,
Ongoing operation costs is a good thing, it's a 4.
that's
Because there are no ongoing operation costs.
Age or condition of
so
existence.
then we screwed up on something, wait, let me see. Let me just go back and look.
No, I read this last night.
Just keep going back to it.
Just organizing these things slightly differently
Yeah.
would be helpful. So that all of the things that are
Negative
negative
would be together.
should be high.
In your mind would
Yeah.
not be upside down, as you say.
So it has no, you're right, a 4.
Age or condition of existing.
Cip,
I mean, I think that's a 4 actually,
It
because
is,
it looks pretty crummy when you
And it's,
see all these
it is.
things.
Public benefit is 2.
2.
Because it improves flooding, so.
yeah, and
keep that in mind.
Public demand, I don't know.
I think they'd like their property to look better, you can at least give them a 1.
Okay.
Synergy,
2.
strategic goal,
2.
and comp plan, I don't know if it's something that's required in the comp plan.
Well, it's, in general, we want to improve the quality of the city. That's part of the comp plan.
Right.
Beautification.
So 1,
You know, when we finish, I hate to tell you guys, what we should just do is do a quick look at the cost of the project to make sure that we didn't, operational costs, that we didn't code something the incorrect way. Okay.
Are we going to see this again?
you'll see the final result of what we agreed on. I mean, this is how it's been done in the past. I don't know.
Yeah.
And we would get a chance to say, I disagree with this ranking?
No, it goes to the commission.
No, but if there's a mistake, though,
Yeah.
we would
can
have.
correct it.
Because I guess I would, having done this, I think it's been well worth doing, but
Oh, yeah.
I would certainly like to see this again with the
With the new scores. Yeah, we'll provide that to you.
cost data over here.
And
That's in the past what the city has done.
Yeah.
I can't tell the city what to do, but that's what they've done.
but you can recommend what if you, I don't know when you meet next.
I mean, I think that the commission will get this after us, and I'm
Yep.
not sure, Ginny, do you remember what we did on all of these? I don't think we,
So Vince would complete them, send you a copy, and take them to the commission.
okay, that's what happened.
I thought we had a week or so after this to sort of re-rank or something. I thought I read
Yeah.
that somewhere.
This is it.
This is it. Well, is there any chance we can get this ranking while we're here? Because I really feel strongly, I mean, we
But you
spend so much time in the weeds with all of these individual things. And
Yeah,
over the
we can't though, because Ginny, they have to be, in order to get that ranking again, all the numbers have to be
Calculated.
calculated.
So
It'll take a couple hours.
if you want, once we send you the new rankings, you could even have a Zoom meeting if anybody feels strongly enough. You can,
Another meeting.
you can request that through Jeannie and say, we want to have a Zoom meeting to reconsider the X and X projects because we didn't feel like they were
I'm
properly
really
reflect the
counting
discussions that you had.
I
Right.
might not be able to participate.
Well, it could be a 15-minute meeting, you know,
Right.
to just
Yeah.
rebalance some of the numbers.
Oh, you're leaving
Because-
this,
This Thursday.
oh,
yeah.
you won't be here unless, and tomorrow's Wednesday.
And when do you come back?
7 weeks.
7 weeks. Oh,
Yeah,
God bless.
late August. August 26th.
Huh?
Pardon?
We'll spend all the money by then.
The money by then, you'll never know.
I will have spent mine too.
You going someplace cool?
Yeah, definitely going up into eastern Canada, Portland, Maine, and then on up into the cold weather.
But you could participate in Zoom.
Yeah.
Sure.
You could do a Zoom meeting and everything else, and, and then,
Yeah, we could have a Zoom meeting.
If no one else feels that that's important, I think that taking one final look at the last things, now that we're familiar with these projects, but then also just the relative rankings of the reclaimed water versus the Don Cesar boat ramp, for example. I mean, which one of those do you believe should be higher?
right.
Reclaim.
That's when in the Olympics, every time they're going to rate somebody, at the beginning they're more conservative in the rankings because they got to allow room for the later performance, and you have the same thing here.
So
You rated something at the beginning that at the end you might say, well, in terms of relative score, no, you might want to change something and that.
I didn't get the Excel spreadsheet that ranked them. I didn't,
You didn't get,
Jenny sent a PDF out.
oh, I
yeah,
did.
Yes.
a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It's,
But Sheila can put it through the system and then regenerate that and.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, Jenny, do you want me to give you my notes too, so you can just compare them?
Give them to me, I'll copy them and give Sheila a copy to go ahead
Yeah.
and put the numbers in.
Do we have one more?
2 more.
library improvement is next? Oh, my.
That one's already
it is.
ranked.
Library improvement.
And then Gulf Winds Drive.
Any changes on the library improvement?
No, it's widely used by the community. I think it's an important asset, and obviously the technology is changing, and what they're proposed here is, I think, improvements in the service at what is not a lot of money.
Yeah, so we keep our rankings the same as they were?
That's fine with me, unless somebody wants to change it.
Well, the overall ranking on this is pretty low.
Yes.
If I'm going through the budget rationing capital invested, this one maybe gets cut out because we just don't have enough money for it.
Well, luckily this year we do have enough money.
I don't know how you could,
Didn't the library just get built?
yeah.
Oh, it's an ongoing thing with the library. We're always
Yeah,
spending money.
you can do a standard deviation, and then you can make sure this doesn't happen with the,
Right.
with the numbers.
So I think like
Yeah, you just,
strategic goal and synergy, public demand, those might be higher than we've given them here.
a 4 and a 3?
Well, the strategic goal is a 2 and the synergy with other projects is a 1. I think those could both be higher.
I
Strategic
don't know if you
goal.
could really do that. In other words, some of them you really can't push the numbers up to make them,
60s or 70s.
yeah, they just won't work.
Yeah,
No, I don't think this is something that won't get
I
done.
think it's good.
I think it's good as it is.
Yeah, it's just not a real high priority project, but I think based on the dollar amount, the commission will approve this.
Okay.
I just, I mean, the way they talk about the libraries,
Good with that.
Okay. This one, Gulf Winds Improvements. This one has really changed.
yeah,
And we reallocated 1 odd million to this project. And that Gulf Winds is somewhere in the vicinity of what, 2, how much is the Gulf Winds? 2 or 3?
New budget is 3.
3.
I don't have that figure in front of me right now.
Well, that's okay, just kind of, so this, so
This can't even be done
this can't be done.
until the wastewater is complete for that stretch and until the undergrounding of utilities is complete, right?
This is Gulf Winds, not
Gulf Winds.
Gulf Winds,
That's not gonna be undergrounded. They're gonna have we're gonna have sidewalks.
Gulfwind Drive improvements. It's
Yeah,
called.
you're talking about the $1 million?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's just supplemental money to what you had allocated last year,
oh,
just because the cost has gone up.
Like everything else.
Does that
That's a lot.
include Boca Ciega up to
No, Boca
75th?
Ciega is north of 75th, is one project. Gulf Winds from Gulf to 73rd is another project.
This is-
Okay,
Right, so two different projects. So
So
this is
This is a massive,
allocating more money for Gulf Winds.
this is a massive project that's got
You
more
know,
expense.
just one comment on Gulf Wind Zone, and my thinking, I know if you live over there, you don't really want a lot of traffic, but if we didn't have Gulf Winds with all the construction, with all the, the busyness on
We'd
these
go
streets,
nuts.
we wouldn't, you wouldn't be able to move.
yeah.
And they have to have 10-foot sidewalks too?
No. They're not in that district.
Good, good.
I think they're having some sixes and some 8s.
Okay, we need to rank this.
Okay, Jack's thinking about that, because he
need to
lives
rank
over
this.
there.
well, I mean,
You and Kevin.
the traffic design is a completely different subject,
Oh, yeah.
I've met with people to discuss that, and
But it's an important
be that
route.
what it may, it's an important drive, and, what you do to control the amount of traffic and the speed of the traffic coming through there is kind of a different issue in a
Right.
sense, but it's a design issue.
And this is a project we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it doesn't even look like a country road.
Well, just think you're in Europe. Drive slowly.
Okay, public health and safety, I would give it a 4.
Okay,
Yeah,
Employee health and safety, I don't know,
3,
a 3 at least.
regulatory mandate, there's probably some mandate to make all these improvements, probably 1.
give it a 1.
Is it,
Frequent problems, I'd give it a 4 or 5.
Yeah, the
Fine.
condition of the road
it's
is
bad.
horrible.
At 5. Ability to finance, since we have.
This isn't grant money or anything, right?
No.
So this comes out of
Out of your pocket.
St. Pete Beach,
Yeah.
right? So we can't give it a high score on that,
No.
give it a 2.
Okay.
Cost of the project, probably the same thing, a 2.
Generates revenue, no.
Good if we had more police presence there at the stop signs.
We're going to have speed tables, so
Oh, yeah.
that's going to slow
SWAT
down.
cameras. Just talk to your commissioner, and then he can have the sheriff, because they do, and even in Bell Vista, they do that.
They've actually gotten better.
They've been good.
Yeah,
Generates cost savings. It should, some cost savings,
2?
yeah.
Yeah, I would assume once you get it done, maintenance goes away for a while anyway, so.
yeah.
Ongoing operational costs,
1?
No, so
4?
That's good.
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
age of existing,
Give that a 4 or
Yeah,
5.
that's a 4.
public benefit, I like going through there. Get a 5. It's
5.
faster.
Public
Give
benefit.
that a 5. Public
Yeah.
demand, give it a 5.
And synergy with other projects, yeah,
Give it a
definitely.
4.
For strategic goal
I would assume a 4.
and comp plan, that would be at least a
A 2.
2.
Okay.
It was good, the slides were really helpful.
Yes,
Yes, very good. Is that it, or we got one more?
No, that's it.
I think that's it.
Any comments or?
Well, Sheila and I were trying to combine ourselves into the best impersonation of Vince. So hopefully we give you enough information to.
You were.
You did.
Yeah, so,
It did.
yeah.
It was good.
Yes. Well done. Good slides.
Yep, good meeting.
Good meeting. And if there's no other comments, do you want to make a motion that we adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Next meeting, July